Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Thank you for being here today in council chambers and here at City Hall. So today our invocation will be given by Bishop C.E. Richardson Sr. with Calvary First Baptist Church.
Shall we pray? Dear Lord, as we gather together today, I pray for this city council meeting. I pray for this council meeting that it will be productive and everything will go according to your plan. I want to thank you for the remarkable leadership of the Honorable Paulette. She has made sure, with your help, that the city of Corpus Christi is one of the most desirable cities to live in, raise a family, have great employment, and retire with dignity. Thank you for our city council men and city council women who are team players, that they help to promote the growth and the development of our city. I pray for our city manager and his staff that you will continue to lead them as they seek to make Corpus Christi a better place for us all. I thank you for the leadership of our city manager, Peter, who have helped to manage the affairs of our city with integrity and honesty. I pray for our chief of police, Marco, and the police department, who serves and protect all of the citizens of this city. I pray for the fire department and all the first responders who have dedicated their lives to help save the lives of others while sometimes putting their lives on the line. Today, as we embark upon the many issues that will affect our city and our livelihood, I pray that you will guide our city council with wisdom in their decision-making, give them the strength and the courage to do those things that are right and that be a blessing to all of the citizens. Help us to be good neighbors, live in love and respect one for another. Guide our city council as they deliberate on the issues that will impact the citizens of this city. Lord, I pray for unity, fairness, justice, and peace. Help our city to continue to be a productive and a positive place to live, work, and play. I pray your blessings now upon Corpus Christi that wear your name, the body of Christ, that you will keep us safe and you will help us to show love and respect to each other, and that this city will always be the envy of all other cities because this city will stand out as a place that everybody will want to live. This I pray in Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you, Bishop Richardson. And today our Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States and to the Texas state flag will be led by Kaylee Keel. She is a senior at Veterans High School. She's a Texas Lone Star Scholar, an academic all-star for wrestling, and a Sitco Scholarship Award recipient. Welcome, Kaylee.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please join me in honoring the Texas flag. Honor the Texas pledge. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Kaylee, and good luck. Ms. Huerta, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Paulette Guajardo.
Present.
Council members Roland Barrera.
Here.
Sylvia Campos. Here. Eric Cantu. Here. Gil Hernandez. Here. Kaylin Paxson. Here. Everett Roy.
Here.
Mark Scott.
Here.
Carolyn Vaughn. Here. City Manager Peter Zanoni.
Present.
City Attorney Mausras Lee. Mayor and Council, a quorum of the Council and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
Great, thank you, Ms. Huerta. Section E is our City Manager's comments and update on city actions. Mr. Zanoni.
Great. Good morning, Mayor and members of the Council and our community. We do have one item, a very important item, on this morning's City Manager's Report, and it is to highlight this program known as Women of Inspiration Awards, and then also present to you the award winners for this year, for this calendar year, that the team here in the city selected amongst all the women to be recognized. And so I would like to take a moment to recognize this important city initiative that continues to highlight the strength and talent within our organization, and through this program, the Women of Inspirations Award. This year marks the 3rd year of this program, and it was developed internally by our communications department a few years ago during the Women History Month, which was last month. And so Elisa Olson, our current communications department director, and Cecilia Orozco, the assistant director of communications, continued that trend with this 3rd year with this program. They're going to talk to you now a little bit about it, and then I'm going to come down there and we're going to give out some awards after they speak. Elisa?
Good morning. Mayor, council members, city manager, thank you so much for having me today. It means a lot to be able to come up and talk about this important program. My name is Elisa Olson, and I'm the Director of Communications. The Women of Inspiration Awards was started 3 years ago by the Communications Department to celebrate Women's History Month. It started as a way for us to connect and highlight women in leadership at the city who work tirelessly, and oftentimes they're behind the scenes. As a communication department, we recognize that we have a responsibility not just to communicate with the public, although we do take that very seriously, that responsibility, but also to build connection and trust within our organization. And that means celebrating wins, sharing stories of service, and creating opportunities for employees to see the value of their work and a value of each other. So when this program was first started, it was very important to the team to give employees a voice in recognizing the women that they admire, not just for what they do, but for how they do it. And so these outstanding women leaders that you will meet in a few minutes were actually nominated by city employees. All city employees were given an opportunity to submit nominations for people that they thought deserved this important award. So the criteria for selection is not about rank or title. It is about character, and it is about those who lead by example and who lift up others and who make their department better. And so with that, I'd like to invite our Assistant Director, Cecilia Orozco, up to speak a little bit about how this initiative is executed each year.
Thank you, Lisa, and good afternoon, Mayor, council members, and City Manager. So as Elisa mentioned, this initiative is really more than just a recognition. It's about creating our culture where leadership, character, and service are valued and, of course, visible throughout our entire organization. So every year we open nominations in February, giving employees about a week to submit nominations. And this is, again, ahead of Women's History Month in March. So it's a quick turnaround, but every year the level of participation does continue to grow. And this year, I'm very proud to receive the highest number of submissions to date, which is 115 nominations. So after nominations close, a new panel of judges are selected each year. This year's judges were the amazing Heather Hilbert, of course, our Assistant City Manager, Laura Garcia, Director of Libraries, and Elisa Silva, our City Agenda Coordinator. So these judges evaluate each submission and score them from 1 through 10 based on how well the nominees were demonstrating 4 characteristics. So of the 4 characteristics, those are respect for others, empowerment of team members, integrity and empathy, and going above and beyond as a team player. So then based on the content that is in each submission and the number of each submissions each nominee received, there's a weighted score that is taken to determine those top 5 recipients. So it's a thoughtful peer-driven process that does give employees the opportunity to recognize those who make a real difference in how we serve, how we lead, and how we work together. And I'm going to say personally, one of my favorite things to read through was the nominations. You get to see the heart of the organization, the admiration, and the respect and the support of employees and what they have for each other. And it's really incredible to see. So to everyone who took the time to nominate a peer, to our judges who thoughtfully reviewed each of those 115 submissions, thank you. And to our honorees, congratulations. Your leadership does reflect the very best of public service. So now I'd like to invite City Manager to present the awards to them.
Great, thank you, Lisa and Cecilia. And so now we have the privilege and honor to introduce to you 4 of the 5. Our 5th candidate is actually out doing city business at an event to improve her skills there. So we're going to begin by our first Woman of Inspiration, Lauren Belko. I'm sure many of you have seen her. She's been with the city for some time. There's a little narrative under each of the Women of Inspiration. I'm going to just read it off here for the public in case they can't see this. But Lauren was nominated and then selected by the judges because she promotes accountability and collaboration while creating a supportive work environment. She has successfully taken on new responsibilities, we know with her recent promotion, and helps her team grow through transparency and trust. And that was kind of the summary of all the persons that recommended her to be recognized as a Woman of Inspiration. So, Ms. Lauren, we're going to have you come up and going to give you this award. Our next Woman of Inspiration is not downtown here most of the time. She's up at the airport, and many of you may have seen her, Kimberly Miller. She is an assistant director at aviation, and Kimberly leads with respect. This is what her teammates are saying, just so we know. So Kimberly leads with respect, integrity, and empathy. She supports professional development and builds strong relationships and contributes to a positive and productive workplace. Those are all great characteristics, Ms. Kimberly. We're going to have you come up and present you this award. And then our third Woman of Inspiration is Ms. Jennifer White. She is a housing program coordinator, and this goes to what Elisa said, that rank and title really doesn't matter for this award. It's who you are and how you set yourself above other workers that work here in the city. So Jennifer White fosters a positive team culture through open communication and continuous learning. She has improved program efficiency and supports her staff with guidance and accountability. Those are great words. Ms. Jennifer, we're going to present you with your Women's Inspiration. And then our 4th award recipient that's here, and I will go over that 5th person as well, even though she's not here, but many people know Miss Lisa Oliver. She has been with the city for 35 years, right, Miss Lisa? So Lisa is a community relations and engagement superintendent in our Parks and Recs department. She has over 35 years of service. She is known for her reliability, professionalism, and commitment to not only the city, but the community. And she supports cross-departmental efforts, and she helps others succeed through mentorship and teamwork. So those are great attributes as well. Ms. Lisa, we'll give you the... And then our 5th Women of Inspiration Award is at training, so she's not here at the city today, but Julie Sandoval, you can see her picture here. She is the Assistant Director of Finance, and she has strengthened her team by promoting communication, providing support to her teammates, many who are new, entering the workforce for the first time, providing support and encouraging growth. Her focus on employee well-being is important. That's one of her focus areas, and improvements that have made a noticeable difference in the finance department. So she'll be here again, and we'll make sure we say hi to her when she's in the City Council chambers. But Julie, congratulations on yours as well. So those are the 5 Women of Inspiration award persons here. Ladies, I want to thank you for helping lead such a great organization. Thank you for going above and beyond what's normally expected of you, and you're inspiring a lot of people in this organization, and we thank you for that. Mayor and Council, that concludes this presentation.
Congratulations, ladies, and thank y'all for being here. Peter, thank you for recognizing them. This is a bit, it speaks volumes of who we are as an organization. All those, their descriptive little, the context was, it's inspiring to know that. We don't get to see you all the time, or hardly, so thank you. We're really very proud that you represent our city the way you do. Thank you all. Okay, so that's all you had to
That concludes the city manager's report.
Okay. All righty. Well, we will move on to public comment. I think we can go ahead and start that. Let's see here. As we proceed to item F, public comment, I'd like to take a moment just to emphasize a couple of things here about the meeting. We handle significant matters concerning taxpayer dollars, making it imperative that we uphold the highest standards of decorum and adherence to our policies. You're in timeout, Mark. Our core principles of openness, transparency, and inclusiveness guide our actions, and we aim to achieve them while respecting our city council policy, which has been in place for over 30 years. Public comment serves as one avenue for communication, but it certainly is not the sole method. You can reach out to your council members by way of phone call, emails, or even scheduling an in-person appointment. With that said, let's proceed to public comment, keeping in mind the importance of decorum and adherence to the policy. Before I begin, I'd like to ask Mr. Risley, our city attorney, to please go over the rules of decorum.
All citizens must be courteous, polite, and respectful of one another, including the city council and city staff. The mayor and council members shall be referred to by title and/or title surname. All remarks must be addressed to the mayor and city council and not to the council members as individuals. Citizens are only permitted to speak on city-related subject matter. Speaking on any non-city related matter is prohibited. Loud, boisterous, profane, or obscene language or behavior is not allowed. Citizens must refrain from any disturbing noise, demonstration, or other act disrupting to the city council business.
Thank you, Mr. Risley. So individuals will be called upon in order they sign up electronically. We will first hear in-person comments, followed by virtual public comment. Residents of Corpus Christi will be given priority over non-residents. If you'll please state your name and city in which you live before beginning your comments, we'd appreciate that. If you have 2 opportunities to make public comment on an agenda item or city-related business. First is at this time, and secondly would be when we actually hear the item. So please select one option. Citizen comments are limited to 3 minutes, while non-resident comments are limited to 1. And there will be a visible timer positioned near the city secretary's desk that will assist in managing that allotted time. If you have a petition or relevant information for the council, if you'll please hand it to her first, she will distribute it to us. So that we will start, here we go. We will start with Mr. Rolando Garza.
Rolando Garza, Highway Village, Corpus Christi, Texas, District 1. Honorable Mayor and council members, I'm here before you today because you have a project for funding Prospera, the Lamar project. Just wanted to give some of the council members some of the backdrop on it, on the project. They started out with a group of folks, residents, taxpayers, abuelitas, grandmas, grandpas, veterans that live in that area, very diverse minority neighborhood. This isn't my first project that we've kicked off and supported throughout our years of advocacy. I heard the pastor talk about community development, progress, all the women here and how they excel as staff. I want to thank Peter Zazzoni and his staff, of course, and this project's been long coming. We came before the council many years ago with over 1,700 petitions from the grandmas and grandpas of the Lamar area on 19th Street, and for it to come from thought on what we do with the property, to design, to funding, to breaking ground, and to fill that void, that need, and it's nice to see you, Honorable Cantu, and to fill that need for this community that's been blighted, impoverished area. I hope that all of you all can agree to continue the funding these grandmas and grandpas out there that need to be removed from their homes. This is a great opportunity. I know that Prospera is the developer on it. I call them La Promesa, which is the promise in Spanish. We made a promise from this Councilman Everett Roy, which is the representative of that area. He had the courage and the boldness to come out there and see something he witnessed, and I stand testament to you today. What he witnessed in the blighted area, he saw a lot of bad things out there. I'll just leave it like that. A lot of bad things, a lot of need, a big void, and we've seen that when we did projects in the ABC streets, when we supported the Blucher Park area apartments that they have, Palms at Blucher, Palms at Leper, North Side, when that was removed, and now this project here. And we made a promise to those folks, those elderly veterans, elderly families out there. And thanks to his leadership and the leadership of staff, the hardworking work of staff, the dedication, commitment that they had, it's belaboring. And I look at my friend here, Honorable Scott here. We used to have many battles here at this podium here, and he stands testament as well. And Honorable Hernandez, your story. We know of struggles for these families, and it's so imperative, it's just so important that a 9-0 vote would be great to show the people of this community that the promise was kept, the promise was said, the promise was done. We break ground for those people in need. And I want to thank the council and the members and all of you for all your hard work and dedication. And just before I leave, and to our police chief and our fire chief, for the men and women that you command in dangerous streets, we thank you so much, and you're always in our hearts and prayers. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Mayor.
Garza.
God bless you.
Yes, sir.
God bless you all.
Thank you, Mr. Garza. Robin Sanders.
It's nice to see all the law enforcement here. Robin Sanders, Corpus Christi, Texas. I want to address an issue that I've addressed before, back again, concerning utilities and charges on your utility bill. We're going to start with one quick question. This question is on an IQ test that's given orally by a psychologist. 7 times 8 equals time up. Now, next question. This is a utility bill. It is funny, isn't it? Because not one person sitting here either reads or understands what's on this utility bill. I do. By the way, the answer is 56. There are 2 ways that wastewater is charged. And you people don't know about it. You think that you see the water and the wastewater and they are connected. They are not. There are charges for commercial accounts, and then there is a way that residential accounts are figured. Commercial accounts are based the way you think that your usage and wastewater are connected. Not so with residential accounts. It is on the most convoluted, insane system that anybody has ever seen. It is connected what is called winter quarter averaging. City goes back a year to the water that was used on your account a year ago, averages it out, and charges wastewater against that. The problem is, we were not in drought restrictions a year ago. And what we are doing by that system is overcharging every person that's a resident for wastewater. I've got a bill for $31 of water and $56 for wastewater. What's wrong with that? Everything is wrong with that. The system of metering is failing. The meter that sends the signal is underground. Now, what could go wrong? Right now, there are 350 accounts that the meter is not working, and when it rains, it's more. The transmitter is like a radio, and they're old, and they get wet, they fail.
Thank you, Ms. Sanders.
I hope that you research this and do something. I researched what Mr. Zanoni should have already given you.
Thank you, Ms. Sanders. Shirley Thornton.
Good afternoon. Honorable Mayor, council members, I come before you today on behalf of the Flower Bluff Citizens Council and asking for your support of item 24, which is the Holly Road Train Trestle to Tourism Trail Project.
Ma'am, can you please state your name and city? I'm so sorry to interrupt.
I haven't been here in a while, have I? Shirley Thornton, Flower Bluff, which is in Corpus Christi. I'm asking that you take a look at it. I sent each one of you an email just in the interest of time so I wouldn't have to go through all of that. It gave the history of what we've done over the last many years. And I want to commend Mayor Guajardo and Peter Zanoni for helping us get that off the ground in the first place, because it really was kind of a task since it was started in '92 and never got a look, really. And so now we're there. This last step has to happen, and I hope that you will vote for that match that has to go into effect before we can actually get the rest of the grant, which will come to over $13 million. I also want you to know that I appreciate your service. I know that this job is difficult. I know that it is stressful, and I know it's not for the faint of heart. And I will tell you that you are on my daily prayer list, and that I ask for God to show you wisdom, and I ask him to give you courage to do what you need to do. So I know I'm not the only one praying for you, so hang in there. Thank you much.
Thank you, Ms. Thornton. Susie Saldana.
Susie Luna Saldana, District 2. And I come before you to clarify some things that happened last week. You had a lot of people coming up here and talking to you, all demanding that you fire people, that you fire the city manager, that you fire employees, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Well, I'm here to tell you that you all are going to have to make some decisions. And let me tell you that firing some of the best people that we have in the city would certainly be atrocious. I'm also insulted that some of the people that came up to you are people that represent unions and that belong to unions, and they stand up for the grievance process and those things, and they came up here demanding that you take that away from people. You are going to have to make a decision whether you like it or not. I've already expressed my opinion that any one of you that sues the city while you sit in those chairs are doing wrong. That's my opinion, and I stand by it, because you represent the people. I also want to let you know that it is important that you get the facts before you make any decisions. And the facts are, you take a look at the whole picture of the work that people do. And I've been told, hey, you're friends with the city manager. The city manager and I have never sat down and had coffee together. We have never been together in a situation where he and I are speaking to each other as friends. I see him as an arm of the city that has done a good job, whether you like it or not, whether people appreciate it or not. If he's against some of the things because he wants to bring us water, and you have a particular entity that wants to stop him, then take that into account. Take that into account, that you're there to represent all of us. And take that into account that when you sit on those chairs, you're no longer a citizen, you're a council person. Keep that in mind when you sit on those chairs, because that's important. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Saldana. Adam?
Mayor?
Yes, ma'am. Wait. Hang on.
Excuse me, can I ask Miles Reesley about the decorum, about the hat? I think we received an email that the persons that wear hats, possibly blocking view. And the other issue that I have was this particular person just pointing at me when she was making those comments, and I'm rather surprised that you did not raise up that issue. So I just wanted to state those comments.
Yeah, and I would like to point out that any member of the city council has the right to raise an issue of decorum. So I'm only raising these issues because I was asked by one of the members of council, but anybody can raise a matter of decorum at any point and make the same objections that I raise. The person who rules upon a decorum issue is the mayor. So all I do is raise the issue, and the mayor has the right to determine whether or not that the headgear is prohibited. And the hats, caps, or headgear has a condition upon it. It is that potentially impair the view of audience members. So that's there is a judgment call to make on that one.
Okay, thank you. Adam Rios.
Good afternoon, Council. Adam Rios, Corpus Christi, Texas, owner and founder of Pony Boy Skate Company. Just wanted to start by thanking law enforcement. It's pretty cool. I felt like I had the best seat in the house. I'm surrounded by police officers in a really good way. 15-year-old me, that would have been a different scenario. Now I'm high-fiving them all, and they're saying, hey, we appreciate what you do. So thank you. I'm here to bring attention to something that was postponed and is officially on again, the West Guth Skate Games competition. This is an event that is free to the public. It will be on Sunday, May the 4th from 1 to 4. Yes, it's May the 4th be with you Star Wars Day, so it's like a bonus on top of that. There's no pre-registration that's required. You can sign up at the event. There'll be categories for different age groups, 12 and under, 13 to 17, and 18 and up. Prizes are going to be awarded to the top 2 in each category, and some of the prizes will be coming from Benjamin's Serpent Skate. As a former employee then, when I was a kid, I love that they're always actively involved in the community. And if you get there early enough, Lone Star Hawaiian Ice is going to give free snow cones to everyone involved. I also wanted to bring up something that I think is going to come before all of your attention at some point. I believe the Island Strategic Action Committee, ISAC, had voted on budget priorities, and it looked like making the skate park at Billish Park was going to be a pretty top priority for the budget of 2026. I'll be speaking more on that behalf as time goes on. And I also wanted to talk about, I sometimes talk about my mission statement, which is the Pony Boy Skate Company strives to create a brand with unifying principles and properties in a way that can take roots within a community. I'm proud to say that I have reached out to Ray High School, or rather they actually reached out to me, and I hope this blossoms into all the high schools, but they officially their first school-sponsored skate club. I grew up, varsity baseball, varsity soccer, but not everybody throws and hits a ball. Not everybody catches a football. Not everybody bounces a basketball. Some of these kids skate. And so Ray High School decided to start a skate club, and they're actually building a half pipe on their campus. I want other schools to get involved with this because this could open up competition just the way the other sports have competition, especially given the amount of parks that we have right now. It would be accessible to so many campuses across Corpus. Outside of that, just want to say thank you for this continued support, and remind, sometimes people ask me, how do you get how do you make things happen the way you do, or push these projects through? I have to remind people that it takes a lot of community building. It takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of patience. This does not happen overnight. The fact that we have a city-sponsored skate event, probably for the first time in the city's history, should tell you sometimes these things take time. And I'm not crazy about bringing X Games to Corpus, and I'll talk more about that next time. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Rios. Janie Carrasco?
Hello, my name is Janie Carrasco. I live in Corpus Christi, Texas. And I also resign at the Hacienda.
Ms. Carrasco, could you pull the microphone down a little bit? There you go.
Okay, thank you. And I also resign at the Hacienda Senior Apartment, which is Prosperity Property. I have lived there for 10 years, and I love my home. I participate in the food bank health and nutritionist classes, with the services. I love Prosperity. I ask you to support Prosperity Project for more affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carrasco. Ramona Reyes?
Good morning. My name is Ramona Reyes, and I live in the Hacienda apartment, and which is Prospera property too. And I've been living there for over 19 years already, and I like all the things that are there. I participate in food banks. I participate in national classes. I participate in literacy. I participate in the senior trip that they give us every year. I like it. I love everything about the Hacienda senior apartments. And I just want to ask you if you can support the Prospera projects, you know, for have more affordable housing. Yeah. Thank you very much. That's all I can say.
Thank you, Ms. Reyes. Thank you. Joshua De Leon?
It's a little stinky up here, I'm sorry. Joshua De Leon, Corpus Christi, Texas. I just wanted to come and report back on Project Hope's 3rd annual community cleanup event that we had this past Saturday. I came last Tuesday to talk to y'all about it. In front of y'all will have a depiction of the past 3 years. All the data we collected from cigarette butts to vaping devices to the cigars we collected and the wraps. Our main goal was to continue to make an impact on the Coastal Bend community by ridding public parks of litter, specifically HOD-related litter. With this mission in mind, we partnered with 7 local organizations and 7 youth groups. So 14 really big organizations coming together to clean 7 community parks in the Coastal Bend. And with our collective passion, we were able to clean up 4,637 cigarette butts, 4 vape pods, 3 vaping devices, 1 e-juice bottle, 5 packaging and wrappers, and 20 cigars/cigarellos. I know I shouldn't be happy that we collected more data, but it feels really good that we are doing this environmental project because we really are trying to gather data to present to y'all to push for no smoking in parks. Right now it's illegal to smoke in one park, which is Blucher Park. And what we're experiencing out in the community is that kids are experiencing peer pressure at parks. It's also just a huge environmental hazard for us. So by continuing to gather this data, we really hope to amend our current city smoking prohibition ordinance to include all city-operated parks. And then also, while I have time, I spoke to Camila Arroyo, who works for the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality, and I wanted to echo what she said by stating that there is a need for establishing a proper site for e-cigarette/vape disposals. They're currently not accepted at the J.C. Elliott transfer station. So they're a really big hazardous thing for our environment. There's not a proper way to dispose of them. They just release carcinogens into the air and into our environment. So if y'all are interested in supporting me on this, I will be reaching out to y'all individually to try to get this on the agenda because it's a really big thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. De Leon. Joshua Frederick? Yeah, sorry. Joshua.
Joshua Frederick, City of Corpus Christi. Let's see here. I didn't write this down because I was actually a little surprised I was going to be up here today. Thank you guys for your time. On March 20th, I reached out to most of you on council and pointed out that according to the public comment procedure online posted by the city, it actually reads that questions to council or staff will not receive a response And that was it. That was March 20th, just a couple of weeks ago. Now, if you go to the exact same link that I sent to you, it reads that citizens are authorized and encouraged to present their views to the council on city-related matters. However, such should be done in a factual, precise presentation, and questions of council and staff are inappropriate. Now, that's a thing we've heard multiple times over the last few months, that questions are inappropriate. I would like to know what changed from March 20th to now that it is now posted. I would like to know, how about, I gotta make sure I don't put it as a question, right? So tell me who has the authority to make that change. Tell me who on council supports that change.
Objection, questions of council or staff are inappropriate.
So you're saying, right, you want explanation, so I would like for someone to please, we can absolutely provide that.
I really appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much, and I don't need the rest of my time then.
Okay, thank you, sir. Robert Rocha? Or no, okay. We're gonna move on. Councilman Cantu.
Can we answer his question, please?
We're gonna get a staff member to go talk to Mr. Federer.
Yeah.
So it was, I think it's as benign as the city secretary updated what was on the website.
Right.
That's the answer, is that the material that was, and I'm not sure if that's for certain, Rebecca, so you'd have to chime in, but.
Yes, so we updated the website to use the exact wording that's in the council policy.
Right, the council policy.
Yeah.
So it's council policy, but they'll go into detail. I want them to explain it at all, explain it wholly for you. Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
I think that, do we have 2 people on WebEx? Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, they're both online.
Okay.
So the first person is Sharon Del Sus.
Hi, sorry. Can you see me?
No, ma'am, not yet, but we can hear you. Hold on just 1 minute. Okay, we can see you now.
Hi, Shireen Del Sus at District 5, and I'm really happy to support the trestle bridge, the one that connects from Holly Road, the Oso Wetlands Preserve to Flower Bluff. That'd be a great opportunity for people to experience nature, and if we can have mixed use, residents can enjoy businesses and walk around and really increase the walkability and bikeability in those kinds of neighborhoods so people can really enjoy the beautiful outdoors that Corpus Christi has. The birdiest city is something that people really need to experience. So this video I'm going to be presenting really shows how a bikeable, walkable communities really improve community health. The city spends $2 million on fighting obesity, so something like this would be a great way to fight that. So please play video.
I like to advocate for urban planning that is oriented towards community health because it is a really important factor when you consider these statistics. I understand that the city of Corpus Christi has $2.8 million budget for the health district, and their main focus is combating obesity, which affects 40% of residents. And that leads to other serious problems like heart disease, cancer, and so on. And I understand that they have a weekly fitness program and some leaflets, and maybe that's effective for some people, but that may not be a solution for 300,000 people. That's how many people live in Corpus Christi. So let's take a look at the least obese cities in America, which includes Seattle, Denver, and Boston. They have bike-friendly infrastructure, thoughtful urban planning, compact and walkable neighborhoods. In fact, I saw a statistic from NACTO. Protected bike lanes dramatically boost ridership up to 171%. Seattle has over 150 miles of bike lanes, Denver has 196 miles, and Boston has over 120 miles of bike lane. Now, I'm not saying that's the only way people can lose weight, but when you make your environment oriented towards health, it is a factor. Is it any coincidence also that, Corpus Christi being sprawl and being ranked one of the worst cities in America for bike lanes, is it a coincidence that they have one of the highest rates in obesity? So that is something to consider. There are a lot of funding and grants right now for bike infrastructure. The city could really benefit by taking advantage of these programs. Please check out ibikecc.com or find me on Instagram at ibikecc for more information on our advocacy for better bike infrastructure in Corpus Christi.
Thank you for your time, and have a good day.
Thank you, Ms. Del Sus. Next is Elena Martinez.
I
so that we can go. Hello?
Okay, we can't see you. Hold on one.
Yes, my video's not working, but can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yeah, if you're ready to proceed, please go ahead.
Okay, Elena Martinez, Corpus Christi, Texas. Please excuse me for not using video and for not being there in person. I'm a little under the weather today, but I did want to go ahead and make public comment. I know some of y'all are very familiar with me, and normally I'm out here complaining, but that's not the case today. I am here to advocate for myself because I have applied to be on the Ethics Commission, and I know that that is on the agenda today. I know that you've probably already made up your minds on who you're going to nominate and who you're going to vote for, but I would really appreciate you considering my application. Ethics is something I'm very passionate about, doing things the right way, doing things correctly, making sure everything is clear. And I really think that I would be a huge asset to the Ethics Commission. And I appreciate your time, your consideration, and have a wonderful day.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. Mayor, that concludes the public comment period.
Great, thank you. And we'll move on to section G, which is our board and committee appointments.
All right, Mayor and Council. The first board for your consideration is the Airport Board. There are 3 vacancies. Travis Patterson is seeking reappointment, and his attendance rate is in your packets.
Okay. Councilman Scott, did you have a?
No.
Oh, okay. Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
Okay, then that leaves us with 2 vacancies to fill.
I nominate Jesse Noyola and Sarah Azal. I'll nominate Alex Garcia.
Oh. Hold on. She's
on
writing
one
them down. So we have Jesse Noyola, Sarah Azali, and then Councilwoman, did you have somebody else? Mark Almiguer. Okay. Councilman Burris McCree. And John Garcia. No, Alex Garcia.
No, we didn't. Mm-mm.
It's quite a few. Okay.
We got Jesse Noyola, right? Yes. Okay.
So we have 2, correct? 2
Garcias, John and
No,
Alex.
sorry, 2 vacancies.
Yes, ma'am.
2, okay, great. So I will go ahead and everybody just pick 2 names each. I'll start with Councilman Cantu.
Noyola and Alex Garcia. Noyola and Azal.
Azali and John Garcia.
Noyola and Azali.
Noyola and Azali.
Noyola and Almiguer. Oh, that is for Rainy. They're jumping.
You ready for me?
Oh,
Go
yeah.
ahead. Okay, so Councilwoman, did you get the Councilwoman's? Okay, Councilman Barrera, go ahead.
Noyola and Azali.
Councilman Hernandez.
Alex Garcia.
Okay.
Okay, so Mr. Noyola and Mrs. Ali are appointed.
Okay.
Okay, and City Manager Zenui, you would...
We're going to, we do have we had on the agenda the Civil Service Commission and the Civil Service Board, but I'm requesting to delay that one more week. We still have to conduct a few interviews, so we'll postpone it for this week, remove it from this agenda, and we'll put it on for either next week or the week after.
Okay, very good, sir.
Thank you.
All right, so that takes us to the Ethics Commission. There's 1 vacancy, and members of this board are appointed by a 2/3 vote of the full council, which is 6 votes. Who, ma'am?
Okay. Stephen McClure.
McClure.
Any other nominations?
Martinez.
Elena Martinez? Okay, so we have Martinez and McClure. Any other nominations? Okay, we're going to close nominations, and we'll start to my right.
Mr. Barrera?
McClure.
Martinez.
McClure.
McClure.
Martinez. Martinez.
Okay, Mr. McClure is appointed, right? Yes, 6. There you go. Okay, so next we have the Landmark Commission. There are 2 vacancies representing the preferred but not required categories of at-large. Are there any nominations?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm opening nominations. How many do we have?
2, ma'am.
2. Okay. Any nominations? Right.
I nominate Underwood and Paquette. Did I say that right?
Underwood and Bakay.
Paquette.
Yes. Okay. Any other nominations? Okay, I'm going to close nominations. We have the 2, and we have 2 vacancies.
Okay, so is there a motion to appoint?
Move to appoint.
Okay, we have a second? Second. Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
Okay, and then last we have the Water, Shore, and Beach Advisory Committee. There are 2 vacancies representing the preferred but not required category of at-large.
Okay, I'll go ahead and open nominations. We do have 3 applicants. Garcia, Holland, and can't read that. Who's that third one? Rao. Okay, we've got 2 nominations for Garcia and Holland. Any other nominations? Rao. Okay, so we have all 3. So I'll go ahead and start with Councilman Vaughn. Holland. You got 2. Garcia. Okay.
Rao and Holland, I guess.
Okay.
Okay, Councilman Barrera.
Garcia and Holland.
Okay. I'm going to go with Garcia and Holland.
Garcia and Rao.
Garcia and Holland.
Garcia and Rao. Holland, Rao.
Okay. Okay, Garcia and Holland. Thank you so much, Mayor and Council.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to move on to consent agenda, items 3 through 15. Let's see, are there any requests from council members to pull any item 3 through 15? From council members, I'm sorry. Number 7? Okay, we have item number 7. Anything else? Number 12? Okay. Which one?
What was that last one?
12. So we have 7 and 12.
Oh, this is, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, 7 and 12. Okay. Is there, let's see, any requests, or Councilman Barrera, do you have anything?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Any requests from the public to pull any items from 3 through 15? Okay. I will entertain a motion
I'll
to
make a motion.
approve consent agenda with the exception of items number 7 and 12. We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Item number 7 is a motion authorizing execution of amendment number 5 to the service agreement with Nugent Strategies and Solutions. Who pulled item number 7? You did. Councilwoman Patson, your question or comment?
Thank you, Mayor. I was just curious. It seemed like there was a number of amendments to these contracts with quite substantial dollar amounts in totality. Is that something that's industry standard on this practice? Because for me, it's my interest is if we enter in a contract, there's a price point we've both agreed upon. I did see that there's some additional scope of work that we've added, but I can't help but wonder, are we still staying in that industry price point? Because we went out to contract or went out to bid and this was the bidder that we selected, but now we're 5 iterations down the line. So if that makes sense.
Sure, Councilwoman. Nick Winkleman, Director of Water Systems and Support Services. So one key note about this contract is when it was first initiated, we were determining rates on a 2-year cycle. Now we're at a 1-year cycle. So that decision was made by council. So a number of those amendments are associated with that. Additionally, what we've seen over the last couple of years is we've scheduled a lot more face-to-face time with council members to make sure that all the questions are answered, and that especially new council members, so that they can be given enough time with our rate modeler as well.
Okay, thank you. That was.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you. NewGen has provided a lot of information, but I still think with the rate modeling, you need to have them actually meet with new council members to talk about how important that is. It's especially the long-term projections for rates, because we only do rates on a year-to-year basis. So I recommend that you have NewGen, once this contract is, at least have contact with the new council members.
I agree with you.
Thank you.
Councilman Scott.
Nick, I just think it's important that you meet with me and your guys meet with. No, that was my question when was a chance to get educated on this. That's all. The process is new. It is fascinating to me that we have to pay somebody so much money to set a rate model, but I'm guessing when we spend our time together, it'll reveal itself on how that money is well spent. But I wanted to start with that. Is it just like, golly, at some point, I would like to say it's not rocket science. So I look forward to the opportunity to meet with the group.
Yeah, I can add to that, Councilman. So when we started this contract with NewGen, we started over on the rate model, right? So we had the initial model from HDR. So this was at the initial start of this contract, it was a retooling of that entire model. So now we're moving forward every year and we're progressing, both with NewGen and also with the internal team at CCW.
Okay, thank you. I will go ahead and entertain a motion to approve item number 7. Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Oh, are we using the machine? I'm sorry, we've got to submit your vote, please.
And we also need to see Mr. Barrera on the screen when he votes, please.
Okay.
I'm voting aye.
Thank you. Voted aye. Ms. Vaughn, did you want to vote? Did you? Okay.
Okay, the motion carries. Item number 12, and I'd also like to say that Councilman Barrera will be recusing himself on item 12. Yeah. Did we miss some? Oh, because of Councilman Barrera.
Right, yeah, that's why.
So it's going to show as 8, but it was unanimous. Item number 12, like I said, Councilman Barrera is recusing himself. This is a motion to approve the...
And so is Councilmember Scott, Mayor.
Oh, okay.
They're both recusing. Yes,
okay, okay, as well as Councilmember Scott. Thank you. This is a motion to approve the Affordable Housing Program project between Corpus Christi B Corporation and TG 110 Palms at Morris. And I think Councilman Hernandez, your question or comment, sir? Go ahead.
Okay, so Karen, thank you for being up here on this one. I've had issues with this particular organization in the past, simply because I don't like the practices that they perform. And then looking at their history and putting up their information with regards to how much they have in loans from the city. And when I say loans, I mean cash flow loans. The cash flow loans are not paid unless they have some sort of revenue. And I know that we had gone back and forth on some of these. Sorry, let me pull it up. And currently they have, I believe, $6.4 million in outstanding loans through the city's home loan program. Is that correct?
I'll defer to my, first of all, Karen Costanzo, Planning Community Development for the record, and then I'll defer to my colleague Jennifer Buxton, who helps us run the home program. Thank you.
Jennifer Buxton, Planning and Community Development. Yes, that is their outstanding balance.
Okay, and the reason I have concerns with this, because I'll go through their what they have in terms of the items that they're utilizing from them. So we gave them this land, or we sold this land for them, which included the old elementary school, the yard, part of Mary Street, and then the property across from Mary Street from the school for $10. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So not only did we provide them that, then they also got from this tax credit, which they were awarded from it, and they're receiving over a 15-year period, $15 million, $152,085. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then we're also providing them a home loan, not counting the $1.16 million that we're talking about here, but a home loan of $587,531. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then we're waiving all the developer fees, right?
No, they are waiving and I shouldn't say waiving, they are deferring developer fees of $379,000.
Okay, and what's their total developer fees?
Let's ask them, but I believe their sources are in the presentation as well. Their total developer fees, let's ask them. They're here.
Hello, my name is Brad McMurray, and I'm the Vice President of Property Development for Prospera. We're in San Antonio. The total developer fee on this project is $2.26 million. The unique characteristic of tax credit program is that the developer fee also provides for eligible basis, which increases the tax credits that you get.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the developer fee, the total developer fee?
$2.26 million.
Okay, according to TDHCF, thank you. You can defer up to 50% of your developer fees and still be economically viable. Is it the reason why you're not deferring the entire 50%?
You're exactly right. As far as the underwriting criteria, they don't like you to typically defer more than 50%, but there's a more stringent guideline, which is basically to be deemed a loan, it has to be feasible that it's paid off within the
15-year range, right?
And so based on the Palms at Morris, because it's a one-bedroom and a two-bedroom community, primarily one-bedrooms with 10% at 30% AMI and 20% at 50%, there's such a small amount of cash flow that the maximum that could be actually paid in that 15 years is what we're giving, which is the $379. If we did more than that, it would be considered a grant because it's not reasonable to consider that could be paid off. It may be, but based on current economic assumptions, it's not anticipated that it would be. And you need a tax opinion to be able to commit to the IRS that it is reasonable and feasible. And so based on the customary assumptions, $379 is the most that we can defer.
Okay, so the issue I have with this is that this is kind of continuing us supplementing Prospera's projects for many projects, and from the list that you provided, we are supplementing Glen Oak Apartments, Hacienda Senior Housing, Lexington Manor, Samuel Place Apartments, Palms at Leopard, Woodland Creek Apartments, Palms at Blucher, Village at McCardle, Casa de Mañana, and Village at Henderson. we don't do this to this extent for other companies that get these tax loans. I mean, we do in some cases, right?
We do when the subsidy is requested, but I would also like to point out, if it's okay, that this developer has been the most prolific winner of tax credits in our area. As you know, we only receive one tax credit award per year. There is another organization that comes in behind them, but this organization does have the greatest number. And then I did put together, there's some slides here at the end that I would like to kind of show what other communities do in terms of their loans to put it into context. Can you go to, let's try slide 13, please. There we go. And I'm sorry that this reads the way it does, but I did not want to parse it down. So when a project is awarded tax credit, it goes through the state's underwriting criteria. One of the things that they look at are the soft sources for this. You can see that Real Gardens in Austin is getting funds from Travis County in the amount of $4.4 million. 0% 40-year deferred payable. They're getting general obligation bonds, $3.4 million, 0% 40-year cash flow. And as you go through these, you can see the different communities. The majority of these, I'd say, I haven't done the math, over 90%, over 95% are from cash flow loans. You'll also notice there are a couple of grants, and whereas our loans have become 3% loans, there is only 5% on that list, and I think there's 1 or 2 3%. We are not outside common practice. These are the most recent underwriting reports published on TDHCA's website. These are home funds and Type B funds. They are meant to be soft second subsidies for affordable rental properties. This property, yes, we did arrange for $580-some thousand of home funds, but our local underwriting criteria for people who are borrowing money in the coastal bend that increased the required operating per unit per annum price in order to get a loan, which has increased their cost. They've maximized their tax credits at 87 cents. There isn't anybody going to get 87 cents in this area for a while now. Will you please go to the next slide? This is from the Dallas Housing Resource Catalog. I just wanted to show you where some of this came from. This is directly from their resource catalog. You can see in that first paragraph, it talks about their interest rates. Their CHODOs, which is a community housing development organization, which Prospera is, they get charged 0% interest on their loans. Other borrowers can get 1% or 3%, but then based on when and how they plan on paying back those loans, that interest rate can come down. You'll notice those are also cash flow loans, and they've listed there what the cash flow, what that waterfall can look like. It includes credit adjustments, asset management fees, operating reserves, partnership loans, deferred developer fees, and replacement reserves deposit. Can you go to the next slide, please? Here's another example. This is directly out of the city of San Antonio's program policies. There are 2 different paragraphs here that also talk about discounted loans. But my point being is, yes, they are cash flow loans. Yes, they do not necessarily pay annual terms of repayment. However, this is allowed. It is what the funds are for. It is common. It is common across Texas, and it is common across the country. Our interest rate of 3% is higher than most other organizations in Texas, especially for a CHODO project. Thank you.
Okay, so if that was consistent, that would be, if we had a consistent policy with regards to how we provide loans for these organizations, like for example, you said 3%, but they have 2 of those loans that are 0%. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 loans that are at 1%.
Yes, but if you look at the most recent loans, and this would be, I'm going to say since 2000, all of those have been at 3%, starting with Palms at Blucher at least. That was the first year I was here and you and I had this conversation, that we have been standard at 3%. That was what we did Alma at Greenwood, their type A, type B, HFC, and home funds. It's what we did Palms at Morris. It's what we're proposing for the Palo Verde. They've indicated they're going to come in for home funds. 3% has been our standard for several years now.
Okay, so, but you don't have a standard for how much, it's just whatever they request?
No, it depends on their underwriting for their permanent financing and their tax credits. If we...
You don't take into consideration how much they defer their developer fee?
We use the tax credit underwriting for that, which requires that they can defer up to 50%, but they're not allowed to defer more than they can pay back in 15 years, because then it's not considered a loan and that money comes out of eligible basis and it reduces the amount of tax credits that they can get. So no, we don't. We don't put any additional underwriting criteria on other than what the home program requires or what type B would require, because again, it's not as if we have a pool to choose from. We don't want to put anything on our program that would make our projects less competitive than what may be going on in Victoria. And we only get 1 or 2 a year. If we had 20 projects to choose from, we could start getting pretty particular.
Well, we only, I mean, considering the amount of the 9% housing tax award, you can only do one project.
We can only do one project.
Okay, so, you know, in looking at this, I want to make sure I understand that, you know, this doesn't even count the land that we provided them for $10. What's the value of that land?
$510,000.
Okay, so on top of that, I'm sorry, going back to this here, it looks like they only have $2 million invested in a $20 million project.
That's still $2 million of $20,000 as compared to the same. We would be doing about the same, correct?
Actually more. We would, well, if you count in the amount of land that we provided here, and we waived the fees for giving up the easement on Mary Street as well, and we provided that easement as well.
I don't know, did we forgive those fees for the easement on Mary?
Oh yeah, we did.
Okay.
We did. Trust me, I remember it very clearly.
I cannot answer affirmatively to that. I do not know.
Well, I can.
Okay.
So, I mean, what I want to avoid here, and this is what has always been my concern here, is it appears, and from the numbers, that Prospera has an unfair advantage with the city of Corpus Christi versus other organizations. As a matter of fact, when this item was brought up, you know, one of the other companies pulled out from that competition, and it was just their projects. There was a time where we had a council member reach out to a state representative to give them the advantage as well. Well,
and I'm sorry, but I can't speak to that. But
I'm telling you.
I don't have any reason not to believe you, but I want to be very clear that I cannot speak to that because I don't have any knowledge of that. But I will say, when it comes to the tax credit allocations or the tax credit applications, the same thing happened this year. Prospera had 1 or 2 applications. They had turned in pre-applications, but when they saw the way the scoring was going to fall out, they bailed. They did not turn in full application. It happens based on your math, your tiebreaker score. That does happen. People come and people go, but this...
Okay, so that goes back to the question we had talked about on this, that they started off with 173 points, and then when the other company dropped out, they dropped it to 155.
Yep.
Is that correct?
And some of that, 150, I want to say, some of that comes down to where you fall in the tiebreaker. Otherwise, you put together your pre-application based on certain assumptions. And then everybody looks to see where people are falling, because until the pre-applications are in, you don't know what census tracts other people are in. You don't know how they're going to score. There's a lot of things you learn when people turn in their pre-applications. At that point, you figure out who's going to turn in a full application, and then there are things that you can adjust in your application that will allow you to get more tax credits. The more tax credits you get, the less you need in other sources. Obviously, you want to maximize your tax credits. So, and Brad can explain this better, but the changes that they made to the Palms and Morris application allowed them to receive more in tax credits. And it was after people dropped out of the process. But again, even this year, Prospera dropped out and others stayed in. It just depends on, to me, for a lot of it, it depends on where the ground is as to where they fall, because that helps determine how the tiebreakers work out. It also depends on where things have to be and how many, how big the units have to be as to how their costs are. Because you have to remember, when they turn in their pre-applications, they don't have full designs and they don't have construction costs. Of course, things are going to change through that process. And I can see Brad wants to come up and talk about his points.
Obviously. One last thing. Have we provided any other company that does this property for $10?
No, this was the first time. But this was also the first time that we've done an RFI this way. Dan's nodding his head yes. It is, however, hopefully not the last time that we do an RFI like this. I think they're working on one or two with other community partners, because we have considered this to be successful. The West Side this area was desperate for some revitalization. The West Side Area Business Association was on board. The neighbors were on board.
Well, initially we had originally thought about this. We had originally thought about this for all single family homes, which a majority of them went.
So
we did provide property for that, but this was a surprise to us when it came up this way. I don't want to rehash this.
Sir, I don't think so. I think the RFI went out for, Karen can speak to that, but it went out not just for the multifamily. Go ahead.
No, we did a very open RFI request for letters of interest and received 5 responses and are working with all 5 developers, 4 of which are nonprofits and 1 for-profit. Now, when the RFI went out, there was no direction to do all single family, and certainly the RFI itself, that request was open for innovation in responses in order to meet our housing needs. Of course, the West Side Area Development Plan calls for a variety of housing, including affordable housing within the community. So there was a strong match between all of the respondents and the desires of the community expressed within the West Side Area Development Plan that staff was aligning with in that finding.
Okay, so I'll leave it with this, right? The perception, and I've reached out to other organizations that do this, is that there is an unfair bias towards Prospera because of this, the funding that we provide them, the property we provide them for $10, a lot of these other things that are, you have board, council members that work with them, right? It's important that if we don't have a perception of fairness, which we don't right now, then we won't get other companies to participate, and then we'll have limited choices, because this year was only Prospera that provided their.
So if I
there was only 2, and they're both Prospera.
If I could just speak to the Type AB for a second, which this is the item in front of council. It was modeled not just after the home loan, but also the previously approved Alma at Greenwood Type AB deal that was approved back in 2022. So that was a total of $3 million in city grants, so a little bit less than what we're talking here, but on a per unit basis, kind of evens out. That project did not actually end up happening, but I do want to point out that Type A and B put together funds that were then, it was again a deferred loan, 40-year, along with the Corpus Christi Housing Finance Corporation product. So it wasn't unprecedented with what we went Type A, B. Staff wasn't working on rewriting what has worked in the past. So we weren't trying to pursue a new route. We were just following previously approved projects.
Well, thank you, Mayor.
If I could just make one clarification, this year there are 2, and by this year I mean 2025 low-income housing tax credit projects. There are 2 projects still in the running, and neither one of them are Prospera projects. One is from a group called Danco, that this would be their first project in Corpus Christi, and the other one is from Madhouse Development, and they have multiple properties here in Corpus Christi. They are both going quality options. And we would entertain a home fund or a Type B request from either property if that's what it took to make it cash flow and get the units on the ground and get our low-income folks housed. Now, the year before, 2024, it ended up being 2 Prospera properties. You are correct. But in 2025, this year, Prospera is not in the running. They dropped. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Roy.
Thank you for your presentation, and I also want to thank the city staff and Prospera for being here today, and making sure that you did a wonderful job in terms of answering Councilmember Hernandez's questions. When I look at this project, I think about the journey that it's been on. I also think about that we're in a fortunate position to be able to release that land for the $10, and that's a first. But again, I hope that it's not the last. We took an area there that when you look at the community, they had some reservation about what we were going to do originally. I mean, this journey, when you take a look at it, it's come quite a ways. Originally, they were going to have a facility that the neighborhood really didn't welcome, and then the city was going to look at purchasing or renovating that spot and having city offices there. But when they got into the mix of that project, they found out that because of asbestos, I think, and some other things, that it was cost prohibitive. So now when you look at this neighborhood, and this neighborhood has actually been under revitalization where they had some single-family homes in that neighborhood that they've sold, and it's been successful. Councilmember Cantu and myself, we kind of share the west side. He has the bulk of the west side, but this particular area is in my district. And so you look at a project like, and I welcome, again, the single-family residents that are underway right now in that area. But when you take a look at what this project does, this multifamily project, you heard the two ladies that came up and spoke about their current experience with Prospera. I think one said she lived there 19 years, right? And what it means to the people, what it means to this area, that when I first went out there with Rolando when I was under my first term and we walked that area, it was pretty scary. I say that, and I've been in a lot of places, including Iraq, but I knew I was smart enough to know I needed to watch my back over there. I got with Chief Markle and staff did a wonderful job in terms of cleaning that area up and making it so that we didn't see some of the things that we saw when we would walk down that street at 11 o'clock in the afternoon. I've gotten with the business owners in that area and talked a lot about where this area has come from and where it's at now. And now we have this flagship, I consider a flagship project that is going to continue to change that area forever. And I'm very grateful. I mean, those are the type of things that we've got a lot going on, but this is a project that I believe is a game changer for the West Side. And I look forward to it. I hope that my council members will support me on this project. Because I think this is the first of many. There's more projects on the west side that need to be done. When it comes to Prospera, there was an insinuation in terms of saying that their council members or whatever that have an interest or some kind of, I don't have any interest. I actually, when I was off of council as a citizen, I was on their board. I chaired their board for a while. I got zero money for that. I don't mind going on record saying that. But I was there volunteering my time. And it didn't really matter to me whether it was Prospera or another organization. What I cared about was the mission. That's, to me, is what's so important, is the mission and what it's doing for our neighborhood. You can sit there and you can make accusations, but really at the end of the day, I want to thank staff because that dog doesn't hunt. And I think it's important for the people to know that when you get awarded something, a lot of times you get awarded it because you do hard work and you're deserving of it. I used to get upset when I was in grad school that I got a B and my wife that sat across the aisle from me got all A's. But guess what? She worked harder at it. And that was the bottom line. So I'm happy about this project, and I hope that I get the support from the council members here. This is a great project. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Cantu.
Couple questions. The $1.16 million is a 3% interest rate, correct?
Correct.
And then it's a 40-year term.
Correct.
If I'm correct, you said sometimes they won't make their payment.
So those are true terms, what you said, but it is what's called a cash flow loan. And we are part of a waterfall. What that means is there's a list of people that include reserves, the developer fee, second loans, partnership loans, and we are all in line. And so if they get $10 a year in available cash flow, it starts to work its way through that cash flow. And the guy at the top gets paid first. The guy at the bottom gets paid last. And it depends on how that flows, that waterfall flows, and how deep it goes. We are not, by tax credit standards and underwriter standards, very high on the waterfall. We, as policy makers and as underwriters, have recognized we would rather buy the affordability, that is the purpose of these funds, rather than get paid back and make sure that we get a loan back. Because again, there's not a lot of projects for us to put this money in. We get one a year, right? Yeah. Hopefully we can figure out a way around that, but that's not today's problem. So yes, they are loans. It is 3%. It is 40 years. However, we are not due money every year unless it's out of a cash flow. There's a couple of things how we know what we're supposed to get. Once a project is built, there's an independent audit and a cost certification. These projects are not oversourced. The tax credits don't allow that. The lenders don't allow that. But at the end of the day, we can tell you what money went where. By the way, Prospera fundraised for a previous project and turned money back to Type B or Type A, whichever. I don't want to forget that. So not only is there a cost certification when the project is built saying these are our numbers, every year there's an independent financial audit and it says this is the money that we made, these were our liabilities, this is who got paid, these are the balances still owed. We're not just taking their word for it.
Yeah. My second question is, one day from now in 40 years, we will get the money back, correct?
So chances are we'll get it back before 40 years. The tax credit.
But we will get it back.
Yes.
Okay.
How? Yes.
I want to make sure of that. We need more affordable housing in Corpus Christi. That's for sure.
I'm with you.
Yeah, and more in District 3.
Yeah. Specific.
I'm for affordable housing. You know, probably half of my campaign team, my volunteers and paid staff live in those apartment complexes. So they say nothing but good things about Prospera. You know, so I just want to make sure that we get our money back, and all the loans that we gave them, once again, we will get that money back one day, correct?
Yes.
It's not just giving money away.
It probably won't be tomorrow. It will be down the road, yes.
Okay.
And it is limited in what we can turn. It will still be affordable housing money at that point.
Got it. Second, fourth question, I've been seeing this not just on this item, but other items. What does soft cost mean? I'm still brand new, so
it's okay. So a lawyer is a soft cost.
Okay. Got it.
A hard cost is a nail, a 2x4.
Got it.
Roofing.
Okay. Cool.
Soft costs they might be interest fees.
Nothing in between, right?
Appraisal fees. What's that?
Nothing in between, soft and hard?
Yeah, that's it.
All right.
Right there. There's no medium costs.
Got it. And then I think that is all my questions. Thank you guys for everything you guys do.
Thank you, Councilman. And I might add, we have a couple more, but I might add, and I'm very supportive of this project. I think it's something that's extremely needed, and no one's really brought this up, but let's not forget, this is specifically, or maybe they have and I missed it, senior housing.
Yes, ma'am.
So this is for our senior citizens who desperately, we need affordable housing, period, but our senior citizens, and we heard a couple of ladies that came forward, and I'm really glad they took the time to come here to do this, because it's a reminder. I mean, these are the kind of projects that we are supposed to facilitate. Mm-hmm. And so I'm very happy and proud about Prospera. They're not a brand new organization here. According to the memo, they operate 16 multifamily communities with over 1,200 affordable units in Corpus Christi, and that speaks volumes. Mm-hmm. So anyhow, move on. We've got three more comments. Yes, ma'am? Were you going to say something, Jennifer?
No, I said thank you.
Okay. Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you to the team. I know that it took a lot of hard work, and I'm grateful that, that you've come to this point. But I do still want clarification, because when I spoke to Jenny, right?
Karen. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, Jenny.
Jackie.
Sorry, yes, Jackie. One of the things that I wanted to make sure, because what's happening now nationally with the tariffs, with all this, and I wanted to make sure that this project was going to come through and be able to be completed, right? And she said, Jackie, you said, because of Baba, right? You said?
Baba.
Build America, Buy America First, or Buy America, Build America. Because of the language that had just been clarified, that you were going to assure us that this project would be built in time and within budget. So I just want clarification and to make sure that the community will be assured of this.
Sure. Sam Baird, Vice President Construction for Prospera. The Build American, Buy American Act is in play here, so tariffs don't really affect this. We've worked really hard with our contractor to make sure that we've fleshed out all the pricing. They've already bought materials. They've already committed to things for those items because demand is up for stuff that is American made to try and get around the tariffs. So they've already bought materials. They've already made obligations. They're not looking for any more money. They're just looking for a go.
Okay, but then I also need clarification because you're saying that the project costs and funding source is a request for the 1.160 is because it says covers a funding gap representing 6% of the total project and approximately $19.4 million. This funding gap is due to the escalation of construction costs, higher windstorm, building costs, rising insurance costs, and Build America, Buy America cost increases. So what you're saying, because I thought you said that it was locked in. So if it was locked in, it wasn't locked in until you get this 1.1 million? Is that what you're saying?
No, well, again, Brad McMurray, if you look at as part of your presentation, the contract is set, and so that's locked in, and as Sam just said, the contractor is moving forward on their own volition to buy properties because buy materials. But if you look at this, what the real difference is we had a project, we did have increased construction cost, but we were able to cover those with Prospera's own investment of capital magnet funds, which we're not going to get back. Those are funds that the federal government is very, very competitive. Very few organizations can get those.
Okay.
And we've got them, and if you spend them and then get them back, you can use them for anything. We're sinking them in this project because we're committed to this project. Now, what you see, if you look at the home application where we had $2.1 million loan, and then all of a sudden there's a variance, it drops, and this shows 900, but the actual final is 1.1. We were able to push it forward and get as much money as we could.
Okay.
That's $1 million drop that we didn't expect.
Okay.
Now, where did that come from? That came from operating cost, which is one of the things that are mentioned when it talks about wind and hail, those costs. So that could have been elaborated, I guess, in the memo saying really operating costs. Because when we applied, they were at about $5,900 a unit, which is typical for TDHCA. Our bank is requiring us to do $6,750 per unit because they've had too many deals where they look bad after they get committee approval, and at the last minute the insurance rate comes in and it's higher because costs have gone up so much. So they basically kind of came in at a plug figure. Now, we can't just go shop around because that loan is through a special program that allows a 40-year amortization, just like a HUD loan. But they don't charge the $400,000 that HUD charges for that loan. So we get the benefit of the 40-year amortization, but we don't have the cost. So we can't just shop it and get a better deal. Those things is coming in, and because we have to take what they've decided, and they're not wrong because insurance costs continue to go up, especially in Corpus Christi. So what's happened is we had a great project. We ran into some construction cost. We filled that gap with our own money that we're not going to get out. We're going to get it out way back at the end. And from that standpoint, then we got a hit on our operating expenses that reduced our loan that we should have qualified for. We also had an interest rate expecting about 6.5%. We were able to lock it, which we'll lose in May, at 7.33. That's high, but it's better than what it would be today. So really what happened is we had some problems. We took care of them with our own money, and then we got hit with these operating expenses, and that's where the $1 million that we're coming to you for is.
Okay. Okay, well, again, because I really do want to support this project. I came from, grew up in the Wiggins, which is right down the street. Our church, of course, is St. Joseph, so I know exactly what area that is. Again, just like Councilman Cantu says, you know, we do need more affordable housing in District 3. Of course, we need it here too in District 2. We don't have the luxury maybe as District 3, because I look at Carroll High School, the old Carroll High School, and you know, I'm like, oh man, I wish I had that area, you know, to rebuild there. But anyway, all right, well, thank you. I think you've satisfied my some of my concerns, and I appreciate you again really bringing this to our area. And it was competitive. I mean, we had other organizations that are also building different type of housing, so it'll be an interesting, really, I think it's going to be something that maybe other areas we can look to as saying, okay, this is how you do it. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Vaughn.
I get really concerned when I hear someone say, I'm not concerned about getting my money back. It's really easy to spend someone else's money. The taxpayers will be concerned. Prospera would not be in this unless it was profitable, and I don't blame you for that. That being said, it is a good project, and that area has needed it for a long time. But I am concerned when I see 2 council members up here recuse themselves. We are not on here to make money. And it does not look good. It's not a good look for you guys when we have 2 council members recuse themselves. It's not. So I have concerns about what Councilman Hernandez said. There may be a reason others are not bidding if we have 2 council members recuse themselves. That's not good. That does not look good. And I'm sorry I keep saying that, but it angers me because you get on here to serve. You don't get on here to make money. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, so TG 110 is this kind of like a sub-organization under Prospera, right? And it's a nonprofit 501c3 company. So their tax returns are on the IRS website, the 990s. So I took the opportunity to pull the 990s. Now, they only go up to 2022. 2023 is not posted, and obviously 2024 is not complete yet. But looking at the 2022, which also includes the prior year, in 2021, there was net revenues, that's revenues minus expenses, of $4,398,000. In 2022, there's net revenues of $2,139,000. And then you have a total assets of $21 million at the end of 2022 with liabilities.
Say that number again, please.
$21.7 million with liabilities of $4 million, while having a net asset or fund balances of $17,736,273.
And that was Prospera, not TG 110, right?
No, that's TG 110.
Okay.
Okay, this doesn't include TG 109, TG 101, 103,
just TG
105, just TG 110. And these are the net assets or fund balances of $17,736,273.
So without looking at it, can I ask, does it say which ones of those fund balances are restricted fund balances in terms of operating reserves or replacement reserves? Does it say?
This is the main page. You would have to go through all the individual ones on how they broke it down, but that's the total amount.
Yes, sir. Brad McMurray again. I'm not an accountant, so I'm not an expert on these things, but one thing that is clear, the reason we have TG 110 is because it provides as a qualified nonprofit. Prospera is a nonprofit, we would do it ourselves, but your board members need to live within 90 miles of the project. Also, we like to have local community members, of which, like you Councilman Roy, you served on it, people that represent the local community, so it's not somebody from outside of town. Now, what you said, and again, I'm not an expert in this, you said net revenue. Well, that's loss of vacancy. That's not net operating income. That's not revenue minus expenses, net operating income.
Well, it's net revenue is the revenue minus expenses.
Okay, we don't get $17 million or $4 million in profit off our projects here. We have a very tight, and just as you said, we've got a $6 million all our different projects that are owned by TG 110. You're saying that $6.4 million is still owed. If we had $2 million that came in because of the recorded liens, it has nothing to do with us deciding what we should or shouldn't do. It's part of the public record. That money would go to that. Again, I'm not an expert, so I can't argue intelligently about it. We can get our CFO that could speak to it. But the value is all those properties that TG 110 owns. That's not additional money. You asked about the developer fee earlier. The developer fee is how we fund our operations. Unlike a for-profit affordable housing developer that puts money in their pocket and gives money to the people that participate in the deals that put these things together, we're a nonprofit. We put our money into resident services. We put our money into putting all these things together. When you look at this project, Palms at Morris, it's an exciting project. Just what you said. I mean, the city opened an RFI that said, hey, we got a piece of property. Housing is the only thing that was the criteria. And so we applied. Why didn't anybody else? Well, you've represented it because they were afraid. I would say it has more to do with the fact that it was in an area that didn't meet threshold because the crime was above the maximum amount that TDHCA would allow. But we weren't afraid of that. We're about the housing. We're about serving the people. And I applaud your project. The fact that you all are doing single family with multifamily, that is huge. But the multifamily needs to come first. You need to have a huge, beautiful project put in the middle of it. That's going to sell those homes. It's going to further that revitalization. We worked with the police department. The numbers that TDHCA uses said no. They gave us their own true records, and it showed that we were just under it. The other part of the city has been so committed to this project, and we appreciate that. But it could be misunderstood if you look at it. We responded to an RFI, did a great job. Then we said, hey, we want to be different. We want to make this project gold certified, fortified gold certification. So it's got this sealed envelope. We won't have water penetration. That costs money. It doesn't yet, but in other states it reduces your insurance cost. So we asked for home dollars, and you paid for that. Then we had the unfortunate circumstance that we just talked about as far as reducing our loan. So we've come back. But if you think about it, you gave us Morris Street section. Well, why did you do that? Well, one of the complaints that we learned at the Garcia Art Center when we held a public meeting was that it's a thoroughfare. Bad characters, nefarious characters run back and through there. If they could just close off that street, we were able to incorporate it. You had to give it to us because it had infrastructure in the middle of it that we couldn't afford to move. And so if you look at it from one perspective, I could see it go, why are you giving them so much? But it's actually just step by step and what it takes to put these deals together. It's the developer fee that enables us to pay everybody because we train people and raise them up, and to keep them, we have to pay them. We don't make any money off our properties. The reason we haven't paid you $6 million back is because they create these programs and say, you got to have a 115 or 15% more than your debt in cash flow. And if you have more than that, well, you don't need our tax credits. So they set you up, and then they increase, the expenses go up, but our income, it doesn't go up. The rents are set based on your income. And Corpus is a wonderful city, but its median income is $75,000. San Antonio's 88, Houston's 94, Fort Worth's 101, Dallas is 110, Austin's 126. Same construction cost, but they have 2/3 more in rent. That's why, and they still subsidize the projects. So we definitely take a developer fee. That's where the money comes in, but we use it for these programs. We use it to pursue projects like this one that are really going to make a difference and hopefully revitalize part of your city.
Okay, thank you. And just for reference, the 9% housing tax credit program for last year is in District 5. So I didn't go to District 3, sorry, or District 2. But as a matter of fact, both of those projects were in District 5.
Yep. District 5 was very competitive this year.
Right.
Has been for a couple of years.
Okay, so this is work on staff in terms of making sure that the perception that it currently exists, that there's a thumb on the scale for Prospera, obviously, also on the council, but it's, with the recusals here, there's an issue.
And
right?
I think one of the things that we can do about that is we can take everything that we've done, all the conversations that you have led at least since 2020 when I got here, and put pen to paper and compare ourselves to other communities and bring back a policy, that council can agree to, that we move forward for all of these projects. And that needs to include type B and the home funds and all the resources that can go into affordable housing, and post it on our website and be as transparent for all developers as possible when they come. We have treated them all the same, at least since I've been here. I can't speak to before, right? I wasn't here. But I think that's one of the things that we can do, and I think I would hope that would make you personally more comfortable with how we move forward.
We'd have to look at the policy. Peter, how fast could you do something like that?
To putting the information on our website?
No. To create a format to where you have a perception of fairness because you're following a procedure, not necessarily, kind of winging it.
We have already started it for type B. We think we'll have it in a couple of months. There's a couple of groups that we need to make sure that we talk to. I don't think we will have it done in time for this project, because they have to start by May or June in order to get their COO by December of 2026, or they're going to lose their tax credits. But staff have already started that, and we're having some conversations around type B and rental rehab and new construction, and kind of putting together what it would look like for different programs, not just multifamily new construction. But we've already started that, so give us a couple months, please.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Councilman Roy, you have something? Okay.
Just one quick comment. I just wanted the public to note and note to my fellow council members is that, when you look at when we started this project, Councilmember Mark Scott, and I think even Councilmember Barretta were not on council at that time. I think I've been working on this. I came on when I replaced Councilmember Vaughn in 2017, and we started working on this concept of what was going on in that area around 2018. And, so when I think about that and I think about where we're at, and it is coincidental you have two council members that abstain, but you got to look at their business. And I think it also speaks in terms of, if you think that there's going to be a conflict, then I think the right thing to do is abstain. If you're in the title business like Councilmember Scott is and you have some affiliation, I'm a banker, I get all kinds of people that come in and do checking and savings accounts, and they open up money markets and they invest in our bank, and I have to be able to walk that line to say, okay, if they walk in here one day and they're part of a board or something, do I need to abstain from that? So that's a big responsibility, but I think I'd rather err on the right side than not. So thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Yeah, Jennifer, thank you. And I want to thank everyone who's here from Prospera. I think this is a wonderful project. It's desperately needed. Thank you for your explanation, sir. That was very, very educational. This is a very complex topic. It really is. I'll never forget asking about it the very first time. And it's still, somewhat confusing because this is not what we do every day. And there are some great points that were brought up today, some things that will be addressed. But at the end of the day, this is critical to this community, and we appreciate the work that you do, so thank you.
Yeah, Mayor, can I just add one more thing? Sorry. We want to make sure we thank the Ed Rochelle Foundation and Paul Alteid. As Councilman Roy said, really, if it wasn't for their gifting this property to us with hopes that we could revitalize affordable housing in that neighborhood. I think Paul Alteid grew up in that neighborhood. He took us for a tour once, so we need to thank them. Just for the record, the Rochelle Foundation is extremely beneficial to this city,
always
and Paul Alteid in particular, so I just want to add that for the record.
Yes, we want to thank them.
Thank you, Mayor.
Absolutely. I will entertain a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to...
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second? We have a second. Please submit your vote.
Sorry, Mayor, public comment. Oh, we already asked for it because it was on,
Yeah, I thought so.
consent.
I mean, That's what I thought. That's okay. Please submit your vote, yes. Okay, the motion carries. It is 1:26. The council is going to go into executive session on item number 27 per Texas Government Code 551.071 and 551.072. We will return.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I'm in.
We're going to go ahead and call the meeting back to order. We left off at section K. That's our public hearings, items 16 through 20. Item 16 is annexation and zoning case ZN 8575 Hut Enterprises. Oh, we have a motion to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. I'm going to go ahead and open public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 16? Okay, yes, ma'am. Come on. You're the applicant. Thank you for being here. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close. Oh.
Is there someone online? No?
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close public comment. We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion, any further discussion, or any discussion? Okay, please submit your vote.
Mr. Barrera? Okay. Did you vote aye?
I voted aye.
Okay, great.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. The motion carries. Okay, thank you. Item number 17 is zoning case number ZN 8332 Golden Point.
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, and this is basically single family and townhomes.
Correct.
Perfect.
It's right behind the Starbucks in the island.
Right behind the Starbucks. Okay. I'm going to open public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make public comment on item number 17? Yes, sir. Come on up.
Good afternoon, Council. John Harper. We are in opposition to the development that's being planned there. It's only because it's on an estuarial wetland. There's a lot of, it's right when you come over the causeway. It's going to be the first thing you see. The plan right now is to build 40 homes on less than 17 acres, so less than a half-acre lots. It's going to be the first thing you see coming over there. One would think it's not really going to be appealing to see that, but also the proper studies for that whole wetland area. They've already stated that there's going to be over an acre that's going to be permanently impacted, and then I think it's 6/10 of an acre, that are going to be temporarily impacted. So there's a lot of surveys that need to be done, as well as an actual impact survey, which has not yet been done on that property. And until such has been done, we would ask that the council withhold from approving.
Okay. And I'm sorry, what was your name?
John Harper, Harper.
And you're a city resident, right?
No, I'm actually an Austin resident. We do business here in Corpus. My brother-in-law lives here, so we're here frequently.
Okay, but so you're concerned, you don't live here?
No, we operate business here in town. I don't live here myself.
Okay.
No.
Okay. All right, Mr. Harper, thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else that would like to make comment on item number 17? Okay. I'm going to close public hearing. I did receive, who was presenting? Mr. Dice? We all, I think, received public comment on this, and it was similar to Mr. Harper's comments, which was basically the, proper studies, including impact surveys, have not been done. No such rezoning should be approved. So can you comment a little on this?
So yes, again, Mike Dice, Director of Development Services. At the time, zoning is basically setting the table. Development doesn't actually occur. So those requirements from the city for building permits, platting, that's when we would ask the Army Corps of Engineers whether or not that they have engaged with them, if they've mitigated wetlands, things of that nature. This is simply just setting the table.
Okay, so after this step is when those concerns are addressed.
During the platting and then building permit stages, correct.
So if there was an issue or these concerns were valid, not to say they're not, but at this point, or this stage in the game, then we would not move forward probably.
Again, we ask that the property owner developer work with the Corps of Engineers for any wetlands mitigation. There are some challenges on the site for how low it is. They're going to have to make sure that they maintain the city council authorized 1-foot BFE and things of that nature.
Right, okay, very good. Councilwoman Paxson.
Thank you, Mayor. That's kind of my question also. And in our packet, it's rezoning a very similar, according to how I'm reading it, it's an ordinance rezoning a property from.
Correct.
The only thing we're changing is the PUD.
The PUD.
Yeah. And so basically, the property is already, it's a minor change
Commercial
here
resort,
in zoning.
correct.
Yeah. And so then they need to move forward with determining for permits and stuff. Is this a protected wetland? What do we need to do to mitigate for wetlands? That would be on them. If it needs protected, then they'd have to stop, basically.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Did we have we had a motion and a second? Okay, please submit your votes.
Mr. Barrera?
Yeah, I vote aye.
Aye. Okay.
The motion carries. Okay, thank you, Mr. Dice. Well, you're up. Item number 18, an ordinance authorizing a water arterial transmission and grid main construction and reimbursement agreement with MPM Development.
Yes, ma'am.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any public comment on item number 18 from our audience? Okay, there being none, I'll close public hearing. Please submit your vote.
Okay, Mr. Barrera?
Aye.
I'm sorry, the motion carries. Item number 19 is an ordinance authorizing a wastewater trunk line construction and reimbursement agreement with NPM Development.
Motion to approve.
Second. We have a motion and a second. I'll open public.
Mayor, sorry. Go ahead if you can open public comment.
Yeah, I'd like to open public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 19? Okay, I will close public hearing. And Mr. Zanoni?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out to the council, it was in the material that the trust fund at this point is with deficit spending, I think is an easy way of saying it. So we know that the work we did last year on impact fees versus trust fund, that has to resume again here soon. So we support this development and we support reimbursing them. I just need to point out for the record, we're deficit spending. This trust fund is now going back into the red at $2.6 million.
We're not actually paying him.
Right, yeah. So there's a slide here. I don't know if Michael, if you want to say anything, Mike Dice, if you could give us an update maybe on where are we with the SEAC.
So the SEAC is still, obviously the band is still together. We are having a subcommittee meeting on Friday the 18th to continue the trust fund discussions that we've already had. So far, the subcommittee meetings have looked at the actual language of the current trust fund. We looked at how those fees compare to the proposed impact fees that were done last year. So we're finalizing that language Friday, hopefully, and then from there we'll bring that back to the full SEAC.
Okay. Thank you. Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we are still taking in fees for the trust fund, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, so eventually it'll replenish as it goes along and they get paid as soon as the money's available?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Excuse me though, but how much should we bring in a year?
We bring about 1.4.
So 1.4 and we're 2.6 in the red?
With these items today.
So it'll take us 3 years to just get out of the red and more requests will come forward.
I'm sure they will.
Right, okay. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you,
Yeah.
Mr. Zanoni.
Yeah, thank you.
Councilman Roy.
Just on the same line, we talked about this. We knew that this would happen. And we talked about raising the fee until we get this whole thing resolved in terms of the trust fund contribution. Did we do that?
So we had raised the fees in the last 4 years of budget, 10% each year. With the SEAC subcommittee meeting, that's a prime concern, so we should hopefully have that back rather soon.
So that is, you're saying that's something that you're going to discuss?
It's already started the discussion, so yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, moving on. Did we vote on that? Okay, please submit your vote.
I vote aye.
The motion carries. Item number 20 is an ordinance abandoning and vacating a 100-foot-long centerline portion of an unused wastewater utility easement totaling approximately 14,000 square feet at or near 622 North Water Street. Okay, item number 20. We have a motion and a second. I'm going to open a public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 20? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public hearing. Please submit your vote.
Aye.
The motion carries. Okay, that moves us on to section L, our individual consideration items 21 through 24. Item number 21.
Excuse me, Mayor. Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt, but we're going to request that we pull 24. Staff's recommending that. That's the trestle bridge.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, number 24 under this section. We
Okay.
just need more time to work with some of the council members who expressed some issues late in our work. So the plan is to put it on for next week's council meeting. We just have to help some of the council members better understand this. We didn't get a chance to meet with them until late.
Okay. All righty. Okay, thank you. Item number 21 is a resolution to authorize city manager or designee to execute a temporary untreated raw water sales contract with Formosa Plastics Corporation.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. I'm just going to run through a couple slides on this one. Let's see here. Drew Molly, Chief Operating Officer for Corpus Christi Water. So as we all know, last week we had a good discussion and we met some of the folks from Lavaca Navidad River Authority. And so Lake Texana is a pretty important water source for us. One of the things that we do have with Lavaca Navidad is we have a take-or-pay contract at 31,440 acre feet. What's important to say here is that basically for the last 10 years, every year we've had the ability to get some interruptible water from Lavaca Navidad River because that supply is pretty plentiful. And so if you look there, you see, or on the slide, you see interruptible A and interruptible B. So that's 4,500 acre feet and 7,500 acre feet. So in totality, that's 12,000 acre feet that we get made available, and that's at the discretion of LNRA. And that discretion is based on whether or not they have the water in the reservoir. Because of the drought that we're in, not just here in our region, but even up towards Houston, they have had less rainfall, and as a result, they have not had this interruptible water available for us. They typically make the first allotment, the 4,500 acres, they usually make that available to us sometime by now, and they have not. And so we've talked to LNRA and we've asked them, you know, what is the likelihood that you're going to let us have access to some of this water? And they've told us, they've said, well, when it gets to 43 feet elevation, and we have enough water going to the bays and estuaries, we would make that interruptible water available to you. Right now, they're, even with after the rain that we had 2 weeks ago, they got anywhere between 1.5 inches and 5 inches of rain. The reservoirs came back up, but it wasn't at 43 feet. I think they're at like 41.8 feet. So we don't see this happening anytime soon unless we get some rain in that watershed. And what I mean by that is we don't see this interruptible water being made available to us anytime soon. So as we all know, last week we went to Schedule 4. We're pumping about 70 million gallons a day. We're trying to get even more out of that every day as we're working. And so the good news story is that we're going to be able to bring a lot more water down that pipeline corridor. However, if you look at the two water supplies that we're pulling from, we've got Colorado, which is 35,000 acre feet. You see that on the right. And we've got the 31,000 acre feet of contract water from Lavaca Navidad. If you add those two numbers together, it's generally about 65 million gallons a day or thereabouts. If we're pumping 70 to 75 million gallons a day, at some point we're going to not have enough water to pump. And so if we continue to not have rainfall fall in that basin, then we may have a shortfall where we might have to actually pump a little bit less on the Mary Roads pipeline. We may actually have to go down a schedule just to make sure we have enough water throughout the course of the year. So what we did was we had a conversation a couple weeks ago, maybe it was a month ago. We reached out to LNRA. We know Formosa. Formosa owns and operates a plastic facility. They're one of the largest customers that Lavaca Navidad has, including us. And so we reached out to Formosa, our team did, and we asked them if they might not have some water that they'd be willing to sell us. Last year they left about 10,000 acre feet on the table. So interestingly, they do have some water that they're willing to provide to us. So we sat down with them and we talked about what that water might look like. And so we essentially were able to negotiate a contract with them to allow us to get and secure 10,000 acre feet of water from Formosa through this year. And then they're going to allow us to have a one-year option, assuming that they have the water available in December of this year, to extend that for another year. Let's see here. So currently, as I mentioned, we're pumping at the MRP at Schedule 4, which is about 70 million gallons a day. And again, we're trying to maximize that every day. We're taking about 40 million gallons a day from the Colorado River. Just to remind our community, the Colorado River is water that we're not paying for. We own the water rights on that, so there's no cost in buying that water because it's owned by the city. Texana, we do pay for that contract water. That's water that we've negotiated, and we've been contracting with LNRA for a number of years. And so that 10,000 acre feet does have a cost, and I'll talk about that in a second. But one of the things that our team has done is that without securing this Formosa water supply, kind of looking at how the numbers will project out in the future if we continue to pump at Schedule 4, or about 70 to 75 MGD, without the Formosa contract, our contractual water available from Lake Texana would be fully utilized by about November 5th, resulting in full dependence then on Colorado River water. So in summary, what this contract does is it authorizes the city manager to execute a temporary untreated raw water sales from Formosa. Again, it would be 10,000 acre feet. The price that we've got for this contract water would be $900 an acre foot, or approximately $2.76 a thousand gallons. What they've done, the Formosa folks, is they've said it's a take or pay contract for the first 2,500 acre feet. So if we don't take it, we're going to pay for it. But then over the 2,500 acre feet, it would be you pay for it if you take it. You pay for it if you take it. So if you don't take it, you don't pay for it. And this contract would allow us to take that water all the way till the end of this year, this calendar year, December 31st, 2025. And then, as I mentioned, if they have the water and we have the need, we could sit down and extend the contract for another year. The fiscal impact is 4.5 million for the year. We would use we would utilize half of the FY25 budgeted operating transfer to the CIP to fund this purchase. This was not we did not budget this in this fiscal year, but we do have about $8 million that we dedicated to our budget for pay-go. So we would use some of those funds to pay for this. And with that said, I'm here for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Drew. Councilman Scott?
I think it's interesting to me that of all the conversation we're having today, I don't think there's anything more important than this item. You know, you guys went out and you found 10,000 acre feet. I mean, it didn't exist yesterday. I mean, it's always existed, but in our world, it didn't exist. Now it exists, and we have an opportunity to get it. I think it's also significant that we're working with industry. This is Formosa, a very large chemical plant up there that's willing to have a conversation with us. And remember in Carol and I's previous tenure here, we actually sold Formosa water when they were in trouble and needed water. So this is kind of a good conversation that, you know, I'm there for you when you need it, and you're there for me when I need it. And I don't think there's anybody from Formosa in the room, is there? But I do think I think we owe them a debt of gratitude. We owe them a thanks. I mean, they're making money. I get it. They bought the water, and they'd sure like some money back. The last little item, which is fascinating to me, that I could have seen Formosa go, absolutely, you can have the 10. It's a take or pay for 10, you know. And so the fact that they were willing to work with us and say, we'll sell you up to 10, you're going to have to take the first 2.5, but the rest is just as needed. I think this is a big deal, and I just want to thank you guys for moving quickly. I want to thank Formosa for the conversation. If we do get the interruptibles, can we ultimately take all the water from NRA, like LNRA and Colorado, and the Formosa water in a 365-day period? I don't know how that math works.
We'd run the math on that, Councilman. I think we'd be pretty close to being right there at the even mark. I think there may be some water left on the table, but again,
but we wouldn't be paying for it.
Well, we wouldn't be paying for it, and I think what's important is that first 2,500 acre feet. We're going to use that. I'm certain we're going to use that, and so if we do get a bunch of plentiful rain over the summer, and we do get that interruptible offering, then we'll take that interruptible offering, and then we don't necessarily have to take, thanks to Formosa, we don't necessarily have to take the remainder of what we don't need from them.
All things being equal, everything's working well, there's a chance we could actually get in total through the year an extra 10,000 acre feet. You know, again, everything works and the pipeline works, blah, blah, blah.
Yes, sir.
I just want City Manager Drew, thank you guys for doing this. It's a big deal. I think what's significant is we're all talking about water that we knew of, and you guys were able to go out and find a conversation with someone that adds water we didn't think about, that puts us just another day in better shape. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilman Hernandez.
Drew, thank you very much. How much does this water cost on a per 1,000-gallon basis?
So the contract water that we would take from Formosa it works out to be $2.76 a 1,000 gallons. And
okay.
We're currently paying, in case you're curious, I'm sure you probably are, it's 95 cents a 1,000 gallons is what we're paying currently for the water.
So just bear with me here. Doing the math, last year we did we did the whole thing with NewGen and to get the rate model going, and our raw water cost projected from last year was 95 cents, and the previous year was like $1.12 for raw water cost. However, the dynamics of our water sources have changed. We've gone from getting 70% of our water, or 63% of our water from our reservoirs, Lake Corpus Christi and Choke Canyon, which is our lowest cost water, to now only 38%. So we're paying more for the raw water coming from the north, our north sources, Texana, Colorado, and now Formosa being the most expensive one at $2.76. I think our raw water costs have changed considerably. I asked that what I would like to ask Peter is that we bring back to council maybe a mid-year adjustment for raw water in terms of what that is, because I don't think we foresaw the amount of water shifting from our lowest cost water to our more expensive water when we developed that original rate model. I want to make sure we're capturing that and we're not trying to make some financial jujitsu in the background to try and figure it out to pay for it within there. So if we need to increase our water cost, and that's not just for the citizens of Corpus Christi, that's for all the entire service network that we provide, San Patricio, everybody that buys raw water from us. So we need to spread that cost out amongst everybody. I don't think we should absorb that ourselves.
That's correct, Councilman. You and I talked about this in a one-on-one meeting. So that's another reason why that NewGen contract amendment was on today, is to buy additional services like this. So
just on my napkin math, I see that the raw water cost jumped up to about $1.30, a little over $1.30. And so I want to make sure that we don't try to absorb that. We've got a lot of cost in our system for our water system already. I want to make sure that we're recovering, and because I don't want to have these significant jumps in increases in rates. We need to spread this out, and since we're getting this more expensive water, we can make that argument for everyone. If this is what it looks like, it could be $1 more for every resident, average resident. Is that roughly
Well, there's some things that we can't necessarily totally predict, because what we are committing ourselves to is to 2.5 million acre feet of water. That's we're going to pay for that whether we take it or not. So there's a chance, and hopefully it happens. We get a lot of rain over the summer, and we don't need any of that additional water, and so the impact to our ratepayer is going to be less. But we don't know that until we get a little bit further into the fiscal year.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
But for right now,
for right now, there's a commitment of $2.5 million at a minimum to our raw water costs. And as you just pointed out well, is that everybody pays the raw water costs. Our residents, our commercial businesses, our wholesalers, customers. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilman Roy.
Thank you for your presentation. I just kind of want to go back to the workshop that we had, and there's several council members. We had requested kind of what I call the report card, the tracking mechanism, because we've been adding water since we've been in this crisis, and this is another potential addition. You've increased the Mary Roads pipeline, we're doing wells, all those great things that we're doing right now. I know you guys are extremely busy, but if we could see that, it just helps us, because that's, again, right now, I see people, and that's the number one thing. And I don't want to sit there and say, okay, yes, since our call to action on this, we've increased 53 MGD. I want to make sure I'm accurate. I don't want to tell them something and then, read it in some other article later and I'm off. But it would really be great if we could continue to work on that.
So, Councilman, I know that's a big deal, and I get it. And there's a lot of interest in more understanding of that sort of dashboard sort of metric that describes, when we add these new water supplies into our overall supply portfolio, that we have an understanding of how much more that extends our water supplies out into the future.
Right. Plus, I think
Councilman Roy, sorry to interrupt. So this is a top priority for Drew right now, this dashboard. I think just about every council member in the last two meetings talked about we need this. So by tomorrow, he and I are meeting for an hour and a half, 2 hours to look at the prototype of the dashboard. A consultant's helping us with it, Carollo, and then it'll be online this week. So it's going to show us how much water is coming in each day, from what source, how much are we using, when do we meet this, what could be a stage 4, 6-month out mark, because people want to know, just like what you're saying, right? Yeah.
So I think I just heard you say you're going to put it online?
Yeah.
It's going to be online. It's going to be, right now, the only metric we use is an outdated one, how much water's in the western reservoirs. That worked a year ago, that metric. It's useless today. What we need to know is all water we're bringing in, and when do the 2 western reservoirs dry up, and when do we then get in trouble, with water demand to supply. So this is going to be a dashboard and it's for everybody, all 500,000 customers or residents that we have, users that we have, so they can see, because we hear it. I hear it loud and clear. We're saying, hey, we're bringing in all this water, but then we're saying we're going to run out. So what's the story? We don't have one on a dashboard. So that's what this is number one task right now.
Right.
We have 12 things he's working on. This is number one right now.
Okay, well, I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thanks, sir.
Councilwoman Campos.
That's exactly what I wanted to know, and I know because, like we're all saying, it's one thing about bringing in the water, but then we're looking at, oh my God, we're still underwater, right? We're still, do we have a timeline as to when that dashboard, because we've been talking about that for a while. Drew?
No, did you
just say it's going to be this week? Yes, this week. So tomorrow we're going to look at the prototype. I'm going to look at it with Drew and team.
Okay.
And then we're going to release something. It may not be the best it's going to ever be, but it's the beginning of a dashboard this week. It goes out to the public on our website, so anybody can access it anywhere, anytime.
Okay, but I just want to be assured that we are going to have all the water type
Absolutely.
Type
all
of
sources
user,
of
right?
water, right? We're going to show 70 million coming in. We're going to show the western reservoirs. Then we'll plug in the Nueces wells.
Okay, but we're going to have like usage of commercial, residential, outside. That's what I'm asking about.
We have that today. That's on there today.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, just to clarify, so we today are putting data, billed usage data on our website by customer class.
Okay.
And so every month as the month closes out, we have a team that QAs the data, And once the data has gone through the QA process, we upload it onto the website, and anybody can look at how the water is being used by different customer classes.
I guess I haven't gone into the website to look at it lately, so I'm looking at.
I can send you. I'll tell you. I had a little hard time finding it at first, but if you have an issue finding it, I'll show you how to find it. And we may need to maybe pull it out a little bit to get it a little bit more available, but it's there. It is there. It's on the website.
But is that something
That sounds like we need to fix it, Drew. I'll send the council the link. If you can send me the link, Drew.
Yes, I can send you the link.
Y'all should make it to where, and y'all can figure it out, but make it to where it's very simple. Someone can just click on a button when you get on the website.
Exactly.
Not have to go through 3 pages.
I agree.
Right, that's what I was going to do.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Thank you.
Okay, Drew, thank you.
You bet.
This is being innovative, and we appreciate it very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. I'm going to ask for public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 21? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment. Please submit your vote.
I vote aye.
Thank you, Councilman. The motion carries. Item number 22 is a motion authorizing a professional services contract with Garver LLC, Corpus Christi, Texas, to provide preliminary design services for the reclaimed water infrastructure project.
Good afternoon, Council. Nick Winkleman, Director of Water Systems and Support Services. This is a professional services contract with Garver. They have an office in Corpus Christi, Texas. I have 2 representatives from Garver here today with me, Dan Olson and Taylor Hecht. One thing that I wanted to point out about this project itself is that it has been on our capital improvement plan for a number of years. Last fiscal year, we did move it up in the order so that the professional services would start this year. So we're executing that plan. The crux of the project is to start with an alternative and feasibility study of all of our 6 wastewater plants within the city to determine the best and most feasible way to utilize our existing wastewater effluent. In addition, the contract will work closely with TCEQ. As you can understand, reuse of effluent is highly regulated, and it requires quite a bit of ongoing work with the state regulatory agencies. Additionally, once we have our feasibility and plan set, we will do what's called a source water characterization. More than likely, it'll be at the Greenwood and Oso wastewater treatment plants. Those are our larger effluent producers. And that will be needed, again, to get the approval of TCEQ. All of this work, all of this pre-work will also position ourselves very well to go after any potential grants that we may have for the project. That's just a brief overview. I stand by, as does Garver, for any questions.
Great, thank you. Councilwoman Paxson.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for including the bid tabs on here. My main interest or my main question on this is the time. It looks like everything in the packet's just pointing to a 12-month study phase. That's a long time to look at, what can we do with this water? What options do we have to expedite the process so that we can be utilizing that water a little faster? Also, it looks like this is mostly, if I'm not mistaken, we're looking at getting it treated, moving it up to treated, and maybe that is the longer side of the process. I kind of thought from our workshop we would evaluate almost 2 thoughts, an expedited one where it may not be as treated, and then the more long-term, we're certainly interested in reclaiming as much as possible. Time, that's my thing.
Sure, and part of that, the initial part of that study is the feasibility analysis, and we want to look for any quick triggers that we can pull, right, to benefit from that early on. But one thing that I'm not going to sugarcoat is that source water characterization and working with TCEQ is not a quick turnaround. If we do go to potentially direct potable reuse. But the project will be focused on quick triggers that we can pull early in the project while we continue that source water characterization.
Yeah, would it be helpful if Dan spoke a little bit about the source characterization? Because we know what it is, but I don't think the council knows. So
Yeah, come on.
talk about the complexities that go into this and the seasonality. Dan,
Sure, Peter.
introduce yourself if you can.
Dan Olson, Garver. So the evaluation of different alternatives for reuse would be less than 12 months. So the actual study part of what are the best options for the city, what's the best value alternative would be less than 12 months. The reason it says 12-month source water characterization is anytime effluent is being reused for drinking water purposes, TCEQ requires a 12-month sampling period where you're sampling monthly for a lot of different parameters over that 12-month period. It's a minimum of 12 months because they want to capture seasonality. So there is some change in the water quality that happens over the course of a year, and so they have a minimum 12-month period, and so there's not really a way around that. So the study part can be done faster than 12 months, but the sampling period is going to be 12 months no matter how quickly we do the study part.
So if the study part's faster,
Yes.
Understanding that we need to sample the water for the 12 months, could we be finishing everything else in that meantime? And then, what does that look like for a timeline of being able, are we just not able to move forward at all until that 12-month characteristic's done, or?
So there's certain things that can be moved forward. In fact, in talking about potable reuse, reusing the effluent for drinking purposes, our plan all along was to also be working on the pilot study protocol so that we could get that into TCEQ's hands sooner, starting the clock. There's all sorts of regulatory milestones where there's a TCEQ review of it, and so we want to get into their courts sooner, start that clock that they have where they have to return that review. I also wanted to address what you said about at the workshop between non-potable reuse of effluent, like for instance for industry, versus potable reuse of the effluent for drinking water. Probably, treating it through Owen Stevens or aquifer storage and recovery, different options like that. So there is, as part of that evaluation of reuse alternatives, some of those options can include some low-hanging fruit with non-potable reuse for industry, which can proceed faster, doesn't require potentially that 12-month. In fact, if it's for industry, it does not require that 12-month source water characterization. And so there's a potential here to have some potable water offsets while we're working on steps that would be required for ultimate potable reuse of effluent sometime in the future.
So if I was to kind of bullet point that, while we're working on the 12-month study, that's going to give us a comprehensive picture of the options based on permitting, we could hypothetically make the decision to be claiming some of this less treated water for industry if there was buyers, that kind of thing.
That's correct.
Before the 12-month timeline, while solidifying our long-term plan for post 12-month analysis that could reclaim more and potentially even turn that potable type water. So if we were, for myself, thinking about this item, saying yes to the study cost, we want to use it, we absolutely do. Is there any kind of estimation that says once you say yes to this price tag, now you're going to say yes to this one and this one, or you basically did all that for no good? Any estimation in that realm?
Yeah, if I understand the question, I mean, there's multiple off-ramps along the way. And so, in fact, this first task order we're bringing is really that initial step of going through that permitting process with TCEQ, going through the sampling process, looking at the different alternatives. It does not commit you to any of those alternatives right now. It does not authorize design of any of those alternatives right now. That would be something that would, come back to the council in the future if one of those alternatives wants to be pursued by the city.
Thank you so much.
Councilman Cantu.
Thank you, Mayor. So my understanding is this is just design. It will take about a year to design it, right?
Yeah, Councilman, so this is preliminary analysis and feasibility. So it's not design of a water treatment plant or treatment infrastructure. Like Dan just said, that would be a follow-up engineering contract.
So it's gonna take, how long do you think something like this would take to get it built and everything?
Dan, I'd like you to answer that.
So similar to my answer to Councilwoman Paxson, it really depends on the alternative. So there are some, and I keep referring to it as low-hanging fruit. If we're talking about selling effluent that's not for drinking purposes to industry, it's how close they are and how quickly you can build that pipeline. I mean, we could be talking months to a year, depending on how quickly they would agree to that and that we could make that available to them and start selling them that water. And that's really important because the permitting process is faster, the regulatory process is faster. And in the game we're playing here with trying to get as much water as possible, a potable water offset is just as good as building new treatment or bringing in a new supply somewhere else. So if we can take flow, 3-4 million gallons per day of flow from one of the wastewater treatment plants that's currently going out to the bay, sell that effluent to an industrial customer and offset 3 or 4 million gallons per day that they're currently taking from the potable system, it's just as good. But again, so it really depends on those alternatives that come out of that task where we're evaluating those. And so it can be months to years depending on what that alternative is.
Yeah. Drew, correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't there a company who came to Corpus to say that we could get this done within 12 to 18 months, built and everything?
Was there a company that came to Corpus to say that?
I heard something like that. I was just wondering if you heard from a company that's claiming that they could get this done within 12 to 18 months.
You know, Councilman, I can't recollect somebody saying that, but you know, what gets interesting is there's oftentimes folks that will come out and say things, and then when you kind of press them on it, it's not always what they say. But you know, I think part of what I'll kind of maybe even reemphasize a little bit of what we just heard today is that. You know, the regulatory process does take time, unfortunately. I mean, we see it, the regulatory process has to play out. And certainly something along the lines of direct potable or even indirect potable reuse, where you would be potentially taking wastewater effluent and putting it somewhere where then you would be pulling it into a facility like Owen Stevens. With the exception, if it was, you know, used for industry. And the TCEQ doesn't play the same role in regulatory oversight with industry as they do with a drinking water supply. But, you know, I can't think of somebody that said that, but maybe there is.
I'm just concerned because we're about to run out of water.
Sure.
You know, and desal is 3 years from now. You know, how many more days do we have left for water?
So, you know, it kind of depends, and I'm going to go back to what the city manager said, which is what you're asking for, which is what we're going to get you, is that dashboard. And, you know, I think what's really important, and you'll see this in the next day or two, is that, you know, these wells that we have on the Nueces River, those are going pretty good. We got to go through TCEQ to get that to be into fruition. But, you know, every million gallons of water that we're bringing on either through Nueces River or some of the other things that we've talked about, it adds a lot of time, which is what we need. And so I hear what you're saying, which is, look, we need to get that other water supply online. The industry, the potential use of this water for industry, I think has some real merit. If it goes through the traditional process of direct potable, where you have to go through that water characterization study, we plan on doing that anyways, because it's something that if at some point we want to really capitalize on it, we're going to have to do that study.
Yeah.
And so we're planning on doing that. But I think what you'll see here is that if we can have Garver do some of this work that they've outlined, there's some analyses that they want to look at, and they want to come back after they do some of these analyses and present to the council on what may be the next best step for this very valuable effluent water supply that we have.
I understand. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, Drew, I know we had this conversation, and Dan, thank you for sitting in on that conversation. And I want to take a step back here on some definitions. Direct potable water reuse, or direct reuse, is when you take it directly from a wastewater treatment plant, treat it, and then put it right back into our water system, correct?
That is correct.
All right, and then indirect is where you take it out of our wastewater treatment, send it to another location, and then at some time in the future, then it through one of our treatment plants, like let's say you discharge it in the Nueces River, and then we collect it along with the raw water from the Nueces River into the Owen Stevens treatment plant, okay? So just, for the sake of a term that Councilman Scott had mentioned about toilet to tap, I think the indirect one is probably the easier one to sell to the general public, right? Because there's some natural processes that take place in there when you mix it with raw water. Obviously, that also would include aquifer storage, right? Would be a process that is indirect from being treated potable water, but you have a means of storage. I think you can kill two birds with one stone here in that conversation if you can pipe it from that same spot, right? If we're looking at the aquifer storage being around our airport and you run your pipeline through there, when we don't need the water, you can pump it into the ground, into the aquifer storage, and then when we do, we divert it to the Nueces River. I think that should be the priority in terms of being able to, try to accomplish two things in one aspect. As far as industrial use, obviously we have two wastewater treatment plants that are on the ship channel. I think the most viable one would be Allison, which discharges about 3.5 million gallons a day. You're going to have a conversation with some of our industry partners as to see if that will work, and I'd rather have those conversations sooner rather than later. The one that comes to mind is Flint Hills. It takes raw water from the Nueces River. If they take the raw water, it seems like you could blend it in with some of the wastewater from Allison to be able to manage that. I'm just saying that there's options. You're going to have those discussions. If we can do it, we can do it. And if they need something from us at the Allison to make that water a little bit more, feasible, that should be part of your study. So those are kind of a combination of things I can see that we can do that I think could be less than 12 months. And then considering our situations, let's leverage the fact that we're in stage 3, about to be in water emergency with TCEQ to see if we can move that sooner. Also, I'm sure we're taking samples from our wastewater treatment plants. Can we use past samples as water characteristics, so we can cut down that timeline?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, I know we're collecting samples from those wastewater treatment plants because we have their own respective permits that we have.
That's correct.
Right? So there's samples that are collected to the degree that we can utilize some of that data as part of the source water characterization study. We'll absolutely take advantage of that. Dan, I don't know if you want to step in on that. The answer is yes. Okay.
So time is of the essence, and I'm going to support this because I think we need to move forward with it. I think it's a little pricey, maybe, but beggars can't be choosers at this point. So I want to make sure that we do the right thing and we focus on what's needed. Like I said, for us, it's a lot politically easier to sell indirect as opposed to direct.
I agree.
Okay, thank you.
And Councilman Hernandez, this is an up to amount, and you heard Dan talk about task orders, so if we don't, this is the maximum we could allocate to this. It could come in much less, and we're hoping that it could, so. Right. Yeah, it's not a guaranteed payment of 1.2, it's based on the tasks.
It's a task order.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Scott.
So do are you going to use past data and try to use it, or you need direction from us to use this current and past data that we've been collecting?
Yeah, no, it's a no-brainer. The regular sampling that they're already doing will count for those parameters that they do regularly, and then there's just other parameters that the plan is not sampling for regularly, certain pathogens and chemical constituents that TCEQ will require as part of the source water characterization that would be in addition to what they're regularly analyzing.
Awesome. So if I were a dreamer, I could see, yeah, I'm not a fan of toilet tap, just if I want to do it, I'd be an astronaut, and I can't be an astronaut at my age, I guess. Maybe I could if I had enough money, but I also get what our Colorado water is. I just get it. But non-potable reuse, I think, is an absolutely great idea. And then what's where we put it, ASR, I think it's a fantastic example. It'd be so cool to wake up, a year from now, and we're selling non-potable to industry, and then X number of years from now, we're putting water in ASR. And so we have water from the pipeline, desal, the lakes, ASR. I think we're going to be the envy of the state when we finish, when we come out the other end of this. I think people are going to be looking to what we're doing here. But are we meeting with industry? Is that part of?
That's the plan. We were already talking about exchanging contact information with some of the key industry partners that I think they need to be involved in this, at least have an opportunity to hear what opportunities are available to them, and if the price point is right for them, they're going to make it something that's going to be a part of their water supply.
And I get the sense we're talking about a variety of projects around them, trying to give them alternatives to taking water out of the river. Right. So I guess we'll get updates, regular updates on this process.
Absolutely. To the extent you want to have updates, we're here to update every day. I heard every day.
Please give us updates. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Ms. Campos.
I just wanted to remind everyone that basically all our water is toilet to tap because it's coming down river somehow, some way. So just a reminder.
Thank you for the reminder. It's true. We are running out of water. We need every innovative idea. So thank you. I know this has been a long time coming. This is a great item. It's a good news item. And as was mentioned, I mean, your team, thank you for all the dedication everybody's putting forth. Oh, yeah. What? No. Well, before we make a motion, is there anyone in the public or in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 22? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment. Second. We have a motion. We have a second. Please submit your vote.
Vote yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Okay, the motion carries. Item number 23 is a resolution of the City of Corpus Christi, Texas, consenting to the creation of a municipal management district. Okay, we have a motion and we have a second. Is there anyone in the public that would like to make comment on item number 23? This is approving a development agreement with Paul Hayden Developments, LLC, and Nueces County Improvement District Number 1 for the development of the reserve at Oso Creek. Okay, so there's no one. I will go ahead and close public comment. Heather, would you like to say anything about?
Sure. We do have the developer here. Paul Garza with Paul Hayden Development is here if council had any questions for him. But yeah, this is just the resolution support for the creation of the municipal management district, along with approval of the development agreement that was negotiated with the developer. If at a future date that the city does want to annex this property in, the buildings will be done to city standards and city codes. And we do have, through a strategic partnership agreement, the city does have the right, once certain milestones are moved or hit, to be able to annex in if we are able at that point.
And staff recommends?
Yes, staff recommends.
Okay. I'd like to call them up. Who'd like to come up? Just some basics for the record. Wait, what was this for the record? Yeah, well, for the record, you did, we've been briefed on it, and not that we don't have questions because we don't care. We've certainly been briefed on it. I know you all have been working on this for quite a while, and you've been here all day, so thank you. Mr. Spence, thank you. Good morning, or afternoon.
Thank you.
Oh, you want to let us know who's here?
Yes, so I've got Paul Harrell with ABHR, our bond attorney. Ricardo Gomez with Peyton Dawson Engineering.
Okay.
Paul Garza with Hayden Development.
Okay.
Stephen Sauls with New Southern Commercial, who I'm also representing. And we are represented the owner and consulting with the developer.
Okay. Okay, great. Tell us a little bit about the development. How many homes is it?
930 homes. This is our 24th month since we started this process. We began as a relationship with our property owner. Stephen Sauls established that relationship. And through that process, we partnered with him in order to begin this development, in order to lower our carrying costs. And then through the work with Paul Hayden, or Paul Garza, we understood what the city's challenges were, and we came with a self-funded development project in an effort to understand that without our hands being out looking for money that wasn't there, that we would have a better chance. Understand there's a lot of challenges that were kind of inherent in this project, working with Heather and Peter. We've found our way to navigate the majority of these things, and it's what has brought us here today and allowed us to bring a self-funded development in District 3 that is supported by West Oso School District, Commissioner Gonzalez, and was allowed us to also put together a bond financing package that will allow us to deliver market rate housing in an area that without this project has very minimal amount of opportunities, to the tune that we feel that when this is fully developed will add $3.5 million to the schools.
Wow. Well, and I was going to say that this is definitely going to spur, and I think that's the whole, not the whole point, but I think this is going to do a whole lot for the area. So we really appreciate your investment here and your belief in Corpus Christi.
And we have a lot of talent here. If you have some challenging questions, Paul are absolute superstars, and that's the kind of team we've been fortunate enough to work with and to bring to the community to bring this development to fruition.
Wonderful, wonderful. Councilman Roy.
No, I just wanted to say thank you. Number one, I think today's a great day for District 3, District 1, some of the other districts also, but this is cutting edge stuff, I think, for our city, and it's going to continue to reshape the look, and it's just awesome. So I love looking at the pictures,
Yeah.
My wife said that even. She says a lot. You only look at the pictures, you don't read. But anyway, what an awesome design, what an awesome concept. So thank you.
And our goal was to set a new standard in the community for master plan community development, and that was what we challenged ourselves with from day one.
Wonderful. Councilman Hernandez. Oh, sorry.
Okay, thank you. As I understand under this plan that you plan to revitalize that wastewater treatment plant that used to be there from the old Navy airfield, correct? And you're planning to discharge into Oso Creek, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so I mean, obviously there's some concerns on our part on, and you're going to have to meet all TCEQ requirements. So as long as that's okay, yeah, good luck on revitalizing that. It's
going to be a brand new.
You're going to redo the entire thing? Yeah. I mean, it's a.
Wow.
And it has the potential to basically service that entire area, which will prevent to build some density out there without having to pull pipe across and get easements. And
are you looking to add capacity to that beyond your project?
Potentially.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
And what was the timeline for the 900 homes?
Excuse me?
The timeline overall?
So the whole project
Yeah.
could be 7 to 8 years.
Yeah, I was going to say.
4-phase development, just slow roll into basically absorptions that we've done market studies on as well.
Right. Okay. Well, yeah, it's beautiful. And I know, again, y'all have been working on this for quite some time, so I'm glad that we're real happy to see this move forward and happy to support it. Okay. All right. Is there anyone, I'm going to go ahead and open public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make?
You already did.
Did I already do that?
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry. It's 3:50. Okay. So we already did that. And do we have a motion? We do. Great. I'm going to need to start taking vitamins. All right. Please submit your vote.
I vote aye.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you.
Okay. Everett, did you want to vote?
I did.
You did vote? Can he vote? Okay, so that way it's unanimous.
Just get my verbal?
Yeah, okay.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you, gentlemen.
Yeah, for the record.
Thank y'all so much. Okay.
Just either wash my hands.
I know. Okay. Okay, and that takes us to our briefings. Item number 25 and 26, the men in blue. Is that blue or that's dark blue, isn't it?
Yeah.
Not the men in black. It's blue. Little dust on it. Number 25 is our crime stats briefing. This was a request to give us a briefing on some crime stats and some really good info that we should probably get regularly, Chief Markle.
Hey, well, that's up to you. We're always welcome. We're always happy, I should say, to talk about crime. It's our business. It's how we interact. There's never a day that goes by in our building where we don't discuss better initiatives, crime trends, how to respond to those, and how to try to predict the future. And we know what cities to look at to anticipate what's coming to Corpus Christi. Believe it or not, there are cities like Houston and San Antonio that things happen, and we can calculate 9 months to a year that this is going to be happening here. So yeah, we're really good at that. And today I look forward to it because I have an opportunity to showcase some of my superstars. You don't get to see them too often. All of you have been to the station. I think Miss Paxson, you will soon. I think is that correct? But you get some time to sit with us and banter and ask questions and understand who's serving you as police executives. And I have an outstanding team. As Peter said, I have a strong bench. They have many, many decades of experience. And today, Billy will be doing the primary presentation, and all these good folks here, deputy chiefs and assistant chiefs, will be standing by for any questions that they might be able to answer. So by design, we just posted numbers because we want you to feel free to ask questions on any dimension or anything that you feel you would like to know about. Right? So we look forward to your questions, and we look forward to this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Markle.
Thank you, Chief. Billy Breedlove, Deputy Chief for the Police Department. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. It's my privilege here to speak to you today about crime statistics. As the Chief mentioned, this is a result of Councilmember Vaughn requesting some data. She wanted to go back prior to COVID to look at some of the things, how it might have changed during that and after COVID, as well as a focus on family-related crime and gun-related crime. So if we take a look at this, for one thing, when you see these years, you'll see changes, and those are important numbers. But we're looking at this daily. We don't wait to the end of the year and say, well, we had a 24% increase in auto theft. We better do something about it. No, as soon as we see an increase in any crime, we begin to address it. So when we address crime, you always have to look at three things. There's a victim involved in it, there's a suspect involved in it, and there's a location. So all of our strategies include that, as well as the most important part is the community partnership to help us with these, because no crime can be solved with just arresting people. We're never going to arrest our way out of crime. So I'm going to give you a couple examples, but I want to encourage questions. So one of the things I spoke about was 24% increase in auto theft between 23 and 24. What occurred during that time was in the beginning of, thank you. Okay. In the beginning of the year, there was a TikTok challenge that went out with juveniles to steal Kia and Hyundai vehicles. And it was so simple that all you needed was a thumb drive, like you put in your USB computer, to get in certain models of cars, about 2016 to 2021 Kia and Hyundai, not Honda, and you could literally turn the car on and drive off. And then these kids would be stealing from 5 to 6 cars a night. The youngest offender we had was 12 years old, could barely reach the pedals. And they used them to do other crimes such as auto burglaries and just steal other Hyundais. So it was a little challenging. So we put together a task force to identify them, arrest them. But again, that's not enough. The other things, our auto theft task force got a hold of, from the Nueces County tax collector can tell us when you register your vehicle, who all has registered a Hyundai or a Kia in Corpus Christi. And we mailed out public awareness literature to them to tell them, hey, your car could be suspect to being involved in crime, as well as contacting Kia. And like the chief mentioned, this trend had started a little earlier in 2023 in some of the other bigger cities, didn't hit us till January of 2024. So our auto theft task force was already talking to our Kia dealerships and Hyundai dealerships about a recall that was getting ready to come out. And when it came out, we notified all those people, get into Hyundai, get into your Kia dealer for free. They got the new ignition systems, and that was one of the other big things that brought that down, besides identifying those kids. So then once we had them in custody, we made sure we got with our juvenile justice probation department. Judge McCoy there was very interested in this. He saw it happen. He was seeing these young adults in his courtroom, all over this kind of silliness of stealing these cars. And they brought in some victims. They made these kids come in several times a week to report to their probation officer, brought them in front of some victims that, a single mom, while they were having fun, when she woke up in the morning, she couldn't go to work. Her car seats were in the car. And so they got a little more human element relating to what they had done. And it really, by the time we hit about April, we were back to regular numbers, and had a decrease throughout the rest of the year, but that first few months really gave us an uptick there. So that's a good example of where we looked at it, we saw a problem. And then when you look at aggravated assaults for that same year, 23 to 24, 0.6% increase, and we think we could live with that, right, as a community. But no, you got to look within those numbers. At the same time, in the latter part of 2024, we were having a significant increase in juvenile crime, specifically violent crime. Juveniles went from having an 8% normal average of being involved in homicides and nonviolent shootings to 20%, and also 20% increase in juvenile arrests for felonies. So we adopted some of those same strategies with our partners at Nueces County Juvenile Justice System, and they actually added a new probation officer to go out and do night checks. But internally in the department, the Operations Bureau created a violent crime task force. And that couldn't have been done without the council and mayor and the city manager providing us extra police officers a couple years ago with the forethought of like, hey, there's some issues that we need to address. We were able to take a whole shift of officers, add them to the evening shift to focus on the traffic-related incidents that involve with these people, the racing, that's all involved, the racing, congregating in parking lots, nightclubs. This is where these violent crimes are happening, and they've been able to interdict that. Since we created that, we've had 64 guns taken off the street by that unit alone, and that's not with all the other officers doing the work. 64 guns by the violent crime unit. We also created a NIBIN task force. We sent 2 officers over to the ATF, and NIBIN is the National Integrated Ballistic Information Network, where every time there's a crime involving a firearm, and we're able to see some evidence, whether it's projectiles from the weapon itself, or casings from automatic weapons, it goes in a national database, and we see that some of our guns have been used up in San Antonio, Houston, and then locally they're used in several different drive-by shootings. And each one of those crimes, if they're not connected, you wouldn't know that you have a little bit of information on this one, but not enough to make a case. But when you're able to put those together, and these investigators concentrate on that, they're able to build cases and get people in custody and get one of the primary goals is get those illegal guns off the street. We also started a weekly shooting team specifically for the problem with these young adults and firearms. The ATF, the Nueces County District Attorney's Office, the juvenile prosecutors, as well as juvenile probation, adult probation, attend those meetings every week, and we go over every shooting or gun-related crime that happened the week before, come up with strategies, get everybody. Sometimes it's just a matter of, we don't have a good case on this person, but guess what? They're on probation, and the probation officer can get that person in, get them revoked. And then we just look at when we started that task force in the latter part of October of that year of 2024, and we look at that same timeline, we've had a 13% decrease in non-fatal shootings. We've had 21% decrease in aggravated assaults and 13% decrease in kind of those part 1 major crimes, if you look at it, the homicide, sexual assault, robbery, and aggravated assault combined. So those are a couple examples. And again, if you see something while I'm talking, you just want to just let me know. I can stop and address it with our team here. We've got all our different bureaus represented here to be able to talk about crime. This is something we talk weekly about, daily about. So one thing I wanted to also bring up was you mentioned Council Member Vaughn was concerned about COVID and how that impacted crime. So one of the things when we studied this is burglary. Prior to COVID, if you see, it's very high, 2,200 a year, 2,100 a year. And at that time, it was residential burglaries, 2 residential burglaries to every 1 business burglary. During COVID, during 2020, that flipped. We went to having 2 business burglaries and 1 to every one residential burglary. And we all know what the reason that is, because businesses were closed and everyone was staying home during that time period. But for some reason, it has never gone back for the rest. So from 2021, 22, 23, and 24, and the trend is continuing, we now have 2 business burglaries for every 1 home burglary.
But where are you here?
Right there on
Burglar?
I'm sorry. Yeah, burglary. So you see we had 2,200 or so in 17, 18, 19 started coming down a little bit, but 2020, it fell. Really, the amount didn't fall as much as it flipped from burglaries of residents to burglaries of businesses. Now, the trend we are seeing right now that we're concerned about is these business burglaries that involve the theft of copper. They're occurring at businesses under construction, homes under construction, and businesses that are abandoned or vacant. These crooks go in and steal the air conditioning system, steal the copper. And we're considering, we've been working on with legal updating our ordinance involving metal recyclers, that they have to report certain things to make it harder for these criminals to sell this copper. But actually the state right now is looking at some stiffer laws. So we're going to kind of wait to see how that plays out in Austin. Because again, most trends that we see in Corpus Christi have started in other locations. Okay. Any questions about kind of this? Or do we go on to, we're going to talk about the incidents involving firearms? Okay. Mm-hmm. So when you look at that, obviously a homicide, it's always going to make up the largest portion of any homicides. Other homicides involve stabbing, strangulation, or motor vehicles. Sexual assault, that's a very low number. All right, that's a question people come up with. We've had in the last 4 years no sexual assaults involved with firearm. And that's actually not uncommon. What we'll see when we get into the family assaults, 80 to 85% of our sexual assaults involve a family member or intimate partner. It's very rare that we have stranger-related homicides. When we do have that, we take them very serious because as soon as we have one stranger-related sexual assaults, we make sure we're on top of that immediately because that's a concern. You could have a serial rapist, which right now we don't have any that we're working. We have one in Caspian Apartments you may have seen that has been breaking into to some apartments, and there's been some attempts. And we're still continuing to work that and take it very seriously. Obviously, robberies, you need a weapon to threaten someone. That's why handguns are used in that. And then aggravated assaults, you'll see, obviously, you need a handgun or rifle or a firearm to cause serious bodily injury. One of the trends we're seeing with aggravated assaults is not only just situations where people are being shot at, but when just guns are being displayed and pointed at people. That's aggravated assault also. That's one of the trends that seems to be on the, yes.
You want to turn on your?
On.
There you go.
Thanks. Is there a specific age that's doing all of these?
Right, so if we look at from about 15 to 25 males, but females cannot be excluded. We have taken some guns off females, and actually they've been victim, but it's females are trending up, but historically males from the age of 15 to 25.
So is it because there's more accessibility to guns?
That would be my opinion, and I think my colleagues would share that. There's more guns on the street. From when I started in 1990, it was rare to find a young man with a gun. There was the gangs, and when we did find them, there were 380s and 25s, very low quality. These young men and women have high caliber, very nice handguns, some with laser sights, some with the same optics that we have on ours. And of course, we also know that 224 handguns were stolen out of unlocked vehicles last year in our city.
But it's really scary that they've got those powerful guns.
It is.
But we don't know where they're coming from.
Well, we believe most of them are stolen.
Stolen? Y'all think most of them are stolen?
Right. Well, we've recovered many of them during the
Wow. Scary. And it's scary that they're that young.
Right. And so we do a lot of public awareness through our Auto Theft Task Force to the gun owners. We want gun owners to be responsible, not to leave them in their cars unlocked. When they get home, and most of them are occurring at home while they're parked in their driveway unlocked overnight. So we're asking them, bring them inside or lock them up in the car.
And do we have gangs here?
We do. We
Okay.
do, and we have a gang unit that works very closely with our violent crime unit, as well as our detectives, the NIBIN unit. There's a gang member that we're dealing with or targeting every week that's involved on that shooting report.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, I notice on the statistics you provided to us, there's nothing that is drug-related or gang-related. And so I was curious as to why that was left off.
It was basically we received the information from Council Member Vaughn, and it was pretty broad, and that's what we
That's all right.
Yeah, so we were glad to speak to that, to gang or drug-related.
Drug-related,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, I mean, each one of these we could break out and really speak for a long time, and we'd be glad to do that. So if we want to come back and talk specifically about drug crimes or gangs, that would be
Well, I mean, you know, gangs could be a whole day topic. I
Yes.
mean, prison gangs, foreign gangs,
The newest
local
thing-
gangs.
Yeah, the newest thing we have
you know.
now is what's called hybrid gangs. It's
Called
these
what?
Hybrid gangs, where they don't follow traditional gangs that we had seen, like I said, when we came up, where they're in this gang one day and the next day they're in a different gang, which doesn't make sense, but that's how they do it. They'll shoot at one another one day and then be riding around the car together the next day. And,
It's free agency.
Right, and there's, they are involved in drug trafficking and gun violence.
Okay, so the second part of this is obviously, in terms of metrics, you have arrests and reports, and then you also have the actual adjudication of it and, you know, convictions. Where do we fall? And then that's not in here either. I mean, how successful are you at either getting pleas or getting convictions or getting, you know, violent criminals off the street? I mean, it's one thing to have it reported. The second thing to actually have it. Are you getting cooperation from the district attorney's office? I mean, there's a lot going there because ultimately, if that doesn't happen, you still get blamed.
Correct, yes, and there is some frustration occasionally with the district attorney's office. We do meet with them monthly. We're talking to them weekly. They're attending this shooting meeting weekly. We are focusing on getting guns off the street, and then we don't want them going back into the hands of these individuals. So we've asked them to do that, and they have been doing that so far. We've been asking for, in these racing events, to not just give slaps on the hands, all these different things. But it's really up to them. We've been successful in some, and some we've made some phone calls because we didn't like, they got a plea deal we didn't agree with. But that's the unique thing about the criminal justice system. We're just one cog in that. You have the prosecutors, and they have a role that they have to play, and we're sometimes at odds with them. And we do voice our concerns.
Well, can you provide us at some point in the future some statistics as to the arrests, at what they do?
Rates, yeah.
Do they? And when I say clearance, I mean that could mean a lot of things. It could mean dismissals. It could mean prosecutions. We need to kind of understand that. Right. I can't talk to the DA Granbury if I don't have that information.
Right. So when we look at our clearance rates, it's when we've cleared the case by identifying the suspect, and we've arrested them, or we've filed the case with the DA's office, or we have, often the victim doesn't want to prosecute. It's still a clearance as long as we have identified the suspect.
All that information is useful. So
yes, sir.
Can't hold accountable if you don't have the data.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think I agree. I think it'd be great to see what's gang related, what Councilman just brought up, the dismissals, prosecutions, clearance rates, arrests, prevention, so these numbers are going up. For example, the 60, you I think collected, you said 64?
64 firearms that we've confiscated this year. Illegal firearms. We don't confiscate people's legal firearms.
So what does that number look like a year ago? A year before that? A year before that? I
don't have those off the top of my head.
No, but I'm saying those are the kind of numbers I think we would like to see.
Sure.
Because as we're adding police officers,
right,
you're doing a whole lot of different things. But we have to see so how are more officers affecting certain crime, right? And then what are we doing? There's a list of crimes, but when you're looking at children committing these crimes, What are we doing about that, right? And I don't know that that's necessarily your role, but I'm sure as police officers.
One of our great programs we have is our PALS, our Police Athletic League, where we're in a challenged neighborhood off of Brownlee Street. We're getting kids in there.
But how do we know that is preventing? How do we know that is affecting that number, right? And you may not, and that might not be in your role. That might be like, a partnership with someone. I mean, I don't know, but.
It takes a lot of different facets. One of the unique things about the criminal justice, the science of criminal justice, there's no way you can actually do a science experiment because there's so many things that impact crime. We can't have a control group and just take one small thing out of them like, hey, we're going to put them in PAL. When they also, it could have to do with their family. It could have to do with economics. It could do with their other challenges.
So maybe also when you come back, you can also tell us these are all the organizations we work with that do those things, that focus on, I don't know if there are any, there might be very few, I have no idea, but I would imagine that you are very much, I guess, we rely on, we would have to, kind of like we, the city, we don't do a whole lot of things, but we partner with a lot of people.
It's part of that, us partnering with the community to make sure that we address these issues.
So through what organizations, right? That would be great to say, we work with the XYZ, whatever, juveniles, and that's what they do. That's all they do. But it affects the work you do.
Right. Oh, yeah. Like that example I gave about working with Nueces County Juvenile Justice Probation.
Right.
And Homer Flores, he's the chief probation officer over there. When we said, hey, this is our issue. These kids, they're the auto theft, it's a nonviolent crime. So he's got other kids in there in the lockup sort of for murder and real serious crimes. So how can we still have an impact on these young men and women? And they created this program to, bring these kids in, check them themselves in on the weekend, and they might have to spend the weekend so they know they're not out there doing something bad on the weekend. They got ankle monitors, that extra probation officer. But without us teaming with them, he didn't know what the challenges we had with these young people. So it's important that we always partnering with the different places of the
But that'd be
Judge
great.
McCoy has been great too.
To let us know like which ones. Councilman Cantu.
Thank you, Mayor. I've got a couple questions. Well, first of all, I want to thank you guys for arresting everybody for reckless driving. I mean, I feel way safer in Corpus right now. I don't know if it's only me, but I always see speeders on SPID and going home, and it's kind of scary, But so thank you guys for that. One of my questions is, how many guns do you estimate that's illegal in Corpus Christi that they have on them? Like, how many weapons do you think?
So that would be hard to say. So if you, obviously a 15-year-old can't legally possess a handgun.
Correct.
And be out in the street with it. So we know there's 224 stolen last year. We're averaging about 20 a month stolen right now. And so we know those are in the hands of young people, people that there shouldn't be in the hands of.
We have a really big problem with guns in Corpus Christi with children, kids, right?
I would agree with that, yeah.
Is there any possible way, I don't know how the law works, but is there any possible way how you guys do DWI checkpoints at times? I don't know if I'll still do that or not, but is there any possible way we could do checkpoints for guns or on minors and children, anything like that,
Right,
kids?
so we do DWI checkpoints or I'm sorry, not DWI, we only do driver's license checkpoints.
Oh, okay.
And it's one of the big things the gang unit has historically done and the violent crime unit done.
Yeah.
And then what we do is we look for intelligence-led policing is one of the things we're doing, where we're seeing these hot spots, and if we've seen some crime or a lot of what's occurring now is a lot of people calling in, there's been shots fired in my area, we're tracking those, and we'll go out and do a driver's license checkpoint at that time. One of the challenges, I'll say we'd all agree with, is not being able to have a juvenile curfew anymore. That was the state legislature did away with cities' ability to do that. And so when we do a driver's license checkpoint, we can check that they have a driver's license. It used to be if you had a car load of 16-year-olds, you had the curfew right then, and then we could take them into custody, get them home to their parents, search the car. Was there drugs? Was there firearms that we could, seize. We don't have that anymore. But we still can do a driver's license checkpoint, and then a lot of times at those locations, we're able to develop probable cause to search the vehicle or to make an arrest. But if we can't, they've got their driver's license, and there's other 15, 16-year-olds. There's nothing we can do, legally.
What I noticed in Corpus Christi is majority of the shootings is coming from ages between 18 and 23, more or less. And a lot of these accidents, crimes, is coming from bars and coming from after hours locations where they hold a TABC license, which they're supposed to close at 2 a.m., but they stay open till 4 a.m. I also noticed that there are some other establishments are opening till 4 a.m. without a TABC license and doing a BYOB type of deal, come afterwards, after 2 a.m. when the bar closes, and come party over here, whatever the case is. And that's where a lot of these shootings are happening, and robberies and stuff. I understand with the chief, we discussed this some time ago, that you guys are working on something to regulate. If you have a TABC license, you must close at 2 a.m. Is that correct?
That is one of the things we are working on right now. If you want to, do you want to speak about that, Chief? Yeah. I'm asking for a lifeline here.
Todd Green, I'm the Assistant Chief with the over the Investigations Bureau, which includes our Narcotics and Vice Investigations Division. And yes, that is something that we're exploring right now, is drafting an ordinance or changing language in the ordinance that would prohibit any premises that has taverns, bars, from staying open after hours, after 2 a.m.
Because we did that away with not the smoke shops, but what's it called? The
lounges. Yes.
The hookah.
Yeah. Okay. I was just wondering because I feel like majority of the crime happens in those parking lots, and it's kind of scary,
We certainly did. We noticed that, and that's something that we did, and the majority of what we're talking about here is what we call intelligence-led policing, hotspot policing. That's what something that it goes by different terms, but that's what we're doing. Is we're gathering intelligence on trying to figure out where our biggest problems are and when they are, what time of the day they're occurring, what time of the night.
Yeah.
And by the fact that we were able to add additional officers to create this violent crime unit, at 2 o'clock in the morning, prior to having this unit in place, we were often shorthanded. We didn't have enough officers to really go out and proactively target areas that we knew were probably problematic. We were responding to calls. Now we're actually proactively identifying those locations ahead of time. We're going out there, not just the violent crime unit. My narcotics and vice unit is supporting that. We are doing operations, undercover operations in many of these locations. We're assisting the violent crime unit. So we're being much more, instead of being reactive, we're being more proactive.
Great.
And we're using that intelligence, and then we're sharing it with our partners, with the district attorney's office, working with them, working together as a team, working with our detectives.
Awesome. When you guys bring it to council, I will support that because I think that's a must. I think it'll be great for Corpus Christi and hopefully reduce some crime. Thank you.
Councilman or Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, that's a lot of information, so thank you, Councilman Vaughn, for asking for this to be brought to us. As far as crime prevention, I have my appointee, Dr. Adaisan, and Mariah, that were on the Crime Prevention Board, and I believe that there was studies that have been done and that have not actually been presented to the Crime Prevention Board. Is there something that we, because apparently there's a lot of, we just need more policing instead of actually looking at programs. Is there something that we can do to go around this, that maybe if I could bring something to you directly if it can't be presented to the whole prevention board? I'm just wondering about that.
Yeah, no. Very good question. David Blackman, I'm Assistant Chief over the Operations Section. And so I guess to start with is the literature that was brought to us at the Crime Prevention Board to start with it was actually 10 or 15 years old.
Okay.
Data.
I had not seen it.
It was an outdated study to start with. But,
okay.
And then, as everybody knows, right now, the crime prevention is funding our officers, and we're actually operating at a deficit. So bringing programs forth right now would be detrimental to our goal of putting officers out there. But when we talk about crime prevention programs, traditionally what we don't want is to create a program, because we've seen it, we've seen the DARE program, we've seen these other ones, and they have a shelf life, and then they're ineffective, right? I think we've all seen that and agree with that. So what we decided to do many years ago, whether it was the POW program, which is over 30 years old, whether it was the current bike patrol program, which I started with some other officers, whether it's the direct to patrol program, which I was proud to be involved in from the onset. These programs are over 30 years old. They're proven programs. These officers are doing crime prevention. They're mentoring in the schools. They're doing things like our back to school, Operation Safe Return, where we're getting kids in. And it's more than giving shots and giving haircuts and bicycles and stuff. It's mentoring these youth, and these officers are the ones that are going to these houses. So they're the ones that are going to these houses repeatedly, because we talked about how do we change a child's life not knowing what they're going through, right? We can put them into a special program, but they go back home, it's the same thing. And there is no person better than that officer. So we've created these programs which are proving where we're getting these officers out there, and they're doing crime prevention.
For example, the just say no to drugs, is that working?
What's that? No, it didn't work. It didn't work.
It doesn't work. So
no, it was a program. It was a program that was a failure.
Okay.
Sorry, which one, Councilwoman?
Just say no to drugs. Oh. Yeah. Okay. The other thing that I wanted to do was bring up, like you say, I mean, you don't know what is actually working or not working. I do know that parent involvement is a big, huge part of this, right? I was just wondering, too, about, like, my grandson. He's been asking, before I even got into council, about a basketball, half-court basketball, because he has to cross, he's 12 now. But he would have to cross Staples to go to Hamlin, which is very trafficky, or cross Weber, again, very trafficky. And I think that these type of, I don't think it's that much, but could it come from the police budget instead of just our general? I mean,
well, it can come from community partners, Ms. Campos. I mean, that's the POW program is funded 100% by private partners, industry, whether it's Valero and donations and that kind of stuff. Our community partners repeatedly step up. This shouldn't be something that is, these programs shouldn't be something that are solely funded by the city, right?
Yeah.
It should be something that the community itself has buy-in in, right? So, and I think that should be the goal. If we need to put up a basketball court, officers love to play basketball, and we will show up there.
So tell me what we need to do, and we'll do it. Like his name is Andrew, and Andrew said, "Grandma, I'll go with you." And I said, I know that you want this really badly, but again, I don't know if he'll see it in his young life, and while he's still there, because again, he's 12. He's been telling me since he was like 9. So anyway, let me know what we need to do to get together.
Send me the location, and we'll see what we can do.
Yeah, it's Sherwood Park.
Yeah, I think that's how things get done, right?
Okay.
So
that is, but the other is, I wanted to see also the numbers of by district, to see where are these crimes happening, because it just seems like there's a killing somewhere, everywhere, And I'm like, well, it's not happening here, in my area, but we may not know that. I don't know, but.
And we have the ability to break down, but I will say that crime is transit, right? I mean, whether it's these individuals and these that may be in cars chasing each other across town, and unfortunately ends up happening over around the mall. That doesn't mean that the mall is not a safe place. It just means that's where this crime happened to occur. That's true. It's just like over in my old area around Lamar we talked about earlier. That really, I worked there for 20 years. It is a fairly safe place, but unfortunately, you may have people come in from an outside area for one reason or another. So it's about removing the criminal element, broken windows, all that kind of stuff. So so there's a lot more than just, hey, crime is here and this is the number and it's not a safe place.
Okay.
I think. So.
Okay. The other thing I wanted to mention, or I noticed about the aggravated assaults. No, wait. Let's see. No, I guess it's, I guess the high numbers are still aggravated assaults. And you've got like 1595 from 2017 and 2037 now and 2024. Again, I know, it's an ongoing issue, for all these crimes. But again, tell me, what is it that we're doing to try to minimize aggravated assault?
So one of the things we're doing, and Deputy Chief Breedlove talked on that a few minutes, is that we're looking at these hot spots, the reasoning, where these issues are happening, just like you're talking about, hey, where can we have these crimes, even though they may be transient or they happen at around closed bars, as Councilmember Cantu said, or they happening with our racing people that are coming down. So that was kind of the impetus of our violent crime unit. And when Deputy Chief Breedlove talked on saying that we've taken 64 guns off the streets, well, we've arrested almost 400 people also, and that is since November of 24.
Okay.
So it has not been that many months. So these officers are out there, they're aggressively attacking this problem. And our hope is that we know that we have a young group of people out there that are disregarding the safety of other people, that through these operations, we're going to bring down those numbers.
Well, the other thing is, I was just thinking too, is it because it's easier to order guns or get guns or what?
It's not necessarily easier to order guns. We have some parents that are reckless with the storage of their guns, and we have some things like straw purchases where we have people that can buy guns. They go buy guns for people that aren't allowed to have guns, right? But like we talked about a minute ago, that a large number of these guns are coming out of vehicles where people aren't responsible enough to take the guns out of their cars, especially when they're going in for the night, and even on top of that, even locking their doors. It's just, these kids are walking through neighborhoods and they're checking doors.
Okay.
And they're getting a very large number of guns out of these cars.
One other thing is in my district, District 2, is the Ocean Drive, car racing. They haven't called me directly, but I know it's still happening. I don't know if y'all are still meeting with some of the neighbors or.
We're out there every night. We're running heavy operations on the weekends, and we're arresting probably 6 to 8 people a weekend between Ocean Drive and 358, and some of these ones on 358 are speeds of 115 to 120 miles an hour. And so we're putting these people in jail. I will say that I met with the DA last week, and we're very hard-headed on this issue, and I believe to really stop this is we're going to have to start seizing these vehicles. The state law allows us to. We're having to get that first one through the DA's office. So our hope is once we start taking these vehicles, this problem is going to start declining.
I agree. I think if you remove that vehicle, it's going to be like, okay, that's it. Yep. Okay. I think that was basically it. So again, thank you for bringing this. Report. And again, I would love to see it even maybe quarterly or something like that. But thank you.
Yeah, and just to kind of set expectations, Mayor, we talked about the process, and I know Council Member Hernandez said he would like to see from what we're doing to the end result. We have a good plan, and we're going to keep putting people in jail. We can give you the information that the DA is willing to provide to us. We're not necessarily entitled to know everything, their convictions and stuff, so we'll work on trying to get that.
Right. Yeah, I think more information is better here. And
no, I agree.
I'm happy to talk to you guys offline because there's a lot. I want to know racing violations. So how many violations are you writing right every weekend since? This has been a long time. I mean, we met at someone's house on Ocean Drive twice, probably, I don't even know, how many years ago was that? A couple? Oh, I thought it was more.
18.
Yeah, there have been, at least a couple, 2 or 3 years ago. So it's an ongoing, I get it, but there was a little uptick, and we hear about it, and we've got our guests that come from out of town. That, it's a big nuisance, you guys know. But at the end of the day, it's the action. You hit them with a fine, seize the car. I mean, you've got to go all out, kind of with a little illegal animal sales. Same thing in those parking lots. You've just got to teach them by saying, we're not going to put up with it, and go somewhere else and do those things. Not in the city, out of the city. But anyhow, I think that also what's very important, and I'm interested in knowing, and again, and I'm going to ask y'all to come back next month with a lot more detailed information so that we can see a clearer picture of where we are in different categories, because we're very interested in that, very interested, especially when numbers go up that involve children. My question was, how do our family-related and gun-related crimes, right, because that's what this is really about, how do they compare to similar cities our size? So that's very interesting to know. Where do we sit on a scale, right? We have no idea. So that's, I would like to know that. And then what else did I have? What's the percentage of these family-related crimes that are repeat? That are individuals that are recommitting crimes. So that's very important, I think, for us to know, to see what is it a growing?
We do every morning at 5 a.m. a report is run that identifies any repeat victim of a family violence. So we look for that, and we make sure that case is being assigned. We take it very seriously because we know that there's usually an escalation in family violence. So we make sure that case is getting assigned to a detective. We have a grant for Violence Against Women program where we have advocates that we can get in touch with them and get them the resources they need. We make sure we work with the district attorney's office in getting these folks prosecuted. We get arrest warrants if the person wasn't arrested, the offender wasn't. So we do take that very seriously when we see a repeat a victim of family violence.
Okay, and the other thing, I think it was brought up, are there geographic hotspots throughout the city where certain crimes are being committed? I'm sure the answer is yes to that. But that in line with, what does every district look like? So every council member knows. I remember some years back, I'm in 5, and 5 have the highest break-in or burglar, I don't know, something. Those numbers, they were the highest. And I thought that was interesting, and there were some, I guess it was kind of a trend, right, that was going on. There were break-ins across neighborhoods. But I think that's important, that everyone from District 1 to 5 knows this is what my district's crime stats look like. That's super important. We should probably get that on a quarterly basis from you all. That way, everybody knows what they're dealing with, right? And then we can actually help. We can try to do, some part in how do we, we can't just expect you all to go be everything to everyone. You can't be the missing dad that family unit doesn't have, and maybe that's why the child is, getting in trouble or what have you. But maybe we can do something on this end in each respective district to say, how do we come together as a community and a city to fix this, or to improve it anyway. So anyhow, let me move on. Councilman Roy.
Thank you for your presentation. One of the things we haven't talked about is where we're at with child trafficking and human trafficking as a whole. I didn't see any particular numbers on that. It's something, anytime I see a missing child or missing anybody, person, you know, it's always tough. And I know it's critical in the first hours to 24 hours in terms of trying to help locate that individual. But can you tell me a little bit about the trend? Is there a trend? Is it going up? Is it going down? What are you doing? How is Corpus Christi in relationship to the rest of South Texas or Texas in general? But, you know, I think that that's definitely something that I know as a parent that I'm concerned about.
Right, so it is a serious subject that we do take very seriously. We have our organized crime unit that is responsible with that, and our narcotics and vice division that works on that. And I can't say it's like a pressing issue here. We don't have a lot of it, but when we do, it's very tragic, and we react very quickly on it. We have had some very successful prosecutions and arrests and recoveries of victims here, but it's not something you might, I think it's a overall often seen as, well, I'll let Chief Green talk about that.
We have our organized crime, internet crimes against children unit that works out of the organized crime unit. Actual child trafficking is not something we see often, but we work closely with Homeland Security Investigations, HSI. We actually have one of our detectives that's a task force officer with HSI, and they deal with it more than we do. Primarily what we're dealing with, what we see a lot of, and probably an increase, unfortunately an increase, is the child porn. Internet crimes against children, that's primarily what we see with child porn sharing. It's an internet-based crime. Most of the time, the images, the videos that we see are not locally produced. They're produced elsewhere and shared. But we very regularly are working those cases. Our people work them. We work alongside Homeland Security Investigations. You know, on almost a weekly basis, we're making arrests for those types of crimes. And running search warrants.
So you think that the incidence of child or human trafficking here, as opposed to some other areas that we're in, it's not as prevalent? Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
That's good to know. I remember I attended a nonprofit organization, and they were talking about, and I don't remember the statistic, but it made it seem like every 5 minutes somebody was disappearing off the streets, you know? Mm-hmm. And whether that was a state statistic, they didn't specifically say it was related to South Texas, but I kind of wanted to know that, and I appreciate you giving us insight on that. So. And you used your second lifeline. So
yeah, I did.
You got one left.
One of the things that we also see, in a lot of time, it's termed human trafficking as prostitution. Adult women that are being prostituted, that are being managed by somebody else or forced into it or whatever. So we also deal with that. Our narcotics and vice, our vice investigators, they target prostitution, and we work with our local partners again on that. We do operations sometimes in certain establishments around town where we get tips on prostitution. We make cases in those areas, those locations. Massage parlors, unfortunately, are one of the locations that we get those complaints. And anytime we conduct an investigation or make a case or make an arrest, we always have that individual. We may be arresting them for prostitution, but we always offer them the opportunity to outcry. And if they claim they're being trafficked, then we follow up on that. We move forward with that. So we've done several of those operations here recently. I think in most cases the women deny being trafficked, but there's certainly signs that they are. But if they don't outcry, it makes it very difficult for us.
Yeah. Thank you.
And we work with a local program, a local outreach group. It's called the Red Cord Initiative, and it's the Coastal Bend Wellness Center is the one that actually runs the program. It was something that actually the police department initiated back in 2012, I believe. And what that does when we do an operation targeting prostitution, the same thing. When we make an arrest, we offer that individual the opportunity to go through a program that will enable them to get out of the life of prostitution. So we work with the District Attorney's Office, Coastal Bend Wellness Foundation. There's different private groups that provide resources for these individuals, these women. And it gives them an opportunity if they enter into the program, and I believe it's about a 1-year program. If they follow the program and they're able to complete it, then the drug charge or the prostitution charge is dismissed. And the whole idea is to get these women out of that horrible lifestyle, that life cycle that they're trapped in. And it's been successful. We've had quite a few women that have gone through that program and been able to escape that.
Thank you.
Councilman Scott.
Mary, maybe you're mad at me. I've been hot mic'd for the last 3 council members, and I thought, well, I know Eric and I are making a lot of noise over here, but golly.
Really?
It is hard to be a good council member when the mic's hot all the time. I'll race through this quickly. Chief, I think we actually were working on a meeting. I think maybe I missed it. So I suspect a lot of this is what you guys were going to tell me. This is fascinating. I think the reason you're getting so many questions, we're really interested, all right? That's the good stuff, and I think we want to share data. I knew that one of the TV stations was doing a story yesterday on speeding, and then I think we had the water issue, and they threw them off, so they're going to circle back around. So they're going to be asking all the questions that I think we're asking today. I want to thank you. I want to thank everything you do. I had a unique opportunity to go to your graduation a couple of weeks ago. Oh my! The future's bright. You guys, you do a great job yourselves, but your young men and women that are coming up through the ranks are just amazing people. So I'm proud to be associated with that. Yeah, you were talking about crime data. Even if you just did it by zip code, I think that would be kind of interesting. So my issues are, my question, which you don't have to answer today if you don't want to. I too am interested about gangs and gang-related, because I just don't know. You know, the Scott family, Gang of Four, we're just our own thing. But so if you can educate us on that. Homelessness, panhandling, especially around downtown. I don't know if it's an issue or not, but I knew it used to be, and so it'd be great to hear that we feel like, you know, our downtown tourists and our downtown businessmen and women, for all them to hear that it's better today than it was. And if it's not better today, then what are we doing about it? Drug issues, drug-related issues, that's all new to me, so I'd love to get caught up. I'm just curious if fentanyl is still an issue and if that's something we're dealing with down here. I mentioned downtown focus, that'd be awesome. Can you talk about the drones? Is that something y'all have talked about publicly before and I just wasn't around, or is that top secret?
That is in his initiative. And
like that drone that's following Roland Barretta around, he wants to know when you're going to stop.
The drones are my favorite subject. You're not in a hurry to get out of here.
No, I want to.
Okay,
no,
I love.
You got 5 minutes.
All right. So.
You got 2 minutes.
So yeah, so a lot of people don't know that not only do we have drones, we have 32 drones.
I did not. I said you had 5 and
no. So it is something that has really taken off over the years, and no pun intended. Okay, pun intended. So we use them in a couple different ways, Councilman. So we when we started using our drones, we used them for our SWAT team and some other stuff, and then we thought, hey, this is a great de-escalation tool, right? Because de-escalation is time and distance. So we thought, well, if we have people in crisis and we can get these drones up there in the air, not only can we see them, but they have external speakers, so we can talk to them. So, and it has been phenomenal. A few years back, we had situation out in Flower Bluff where a guy had shot at one of the deputies and then ran out into the Oso on that island out there. And in the past, we would launch the SWAT team and they would go out there and hopefully everything ended well, right? So now we were able to put the drone up, see if he had any weapons, tell him, hey, you need to let us see your hands. And we were able to go out there and take him into custody safely. A couple weeks ago, we had an individual out in the wetlands that was injured. We were able to put that drone up there, go out there, and the drones have FLIR, so we could see not only him, but the blood and stuff, and we were able to direct the officers into where he was and save his life. So they're phenomenal. Technology changes every year, so we're continually updating our drones. Our last drone that we have purchased, we had an incident with some gang members, and there was probably 8 of them. We put the new drone up, and it was actually able to pin every one of them and follow them around till the officers could take them into custody. So the technology is just amazing. I could talk about forever. So our latest thing that we're doing that y'all don't know is that we actually have a drone as a first responder program. So we had went out to Chula Vista out in California. They have one of the nation's leading drone as a first responder program. What that is, it means that these drones will actually go to calls. So we thought, man, this is a great idea. So we went out there and looked at it. So now we actually have a larger drone that we launch off of the police department that covers the whole downtown area. So we use it in our racing operations. It will go to calls. We fly it out about 3 miles, but we can go if we have a jumper on the Harbor Bridge or if we have a jumper on the new bridge, then we can fly that thing there, and they'll get there probably before the officer does. Right. Look at everything, see where they're at. Is there anybody up there? We have officers racing to get to the scene, so there's always the potential they could get in an accident, right? So, hey, there's nobody there. Y'all can cut code. And not only that, the camera has a 1.5 mile enhancement on it. So wherever that drone's sitting, it can see 1.5 miles and read license plates. So wow. the technology in these drones, they're just amazing. So we're continuing to increase that program, and the best thing for this is that we're using most of these we're getting through private donations. So it is such a great program. We had James Avery, which is based out of Kerrville, come down and say, hey, we heard about your program. We want to have lunch with you and tell us about it, and they bought us 2.
That's awesome.
So how long have you had the big drone?
We're going on about 2 years now, I guess.
Okay, I was on a rooftop, just Friday evening, relaxing, and saw it come downtown and stop on a dime. That's when you start thinking about alternative ways to get home. Like, I think these guys are, no, it was amazing. I assumed it was because of speeding down shoreline and then ultimately.
Yeah, so we do that, but also we have smaller indoor drones. So in the old days, so knuckle draggers, when we would go clear houses and stuff, you'd clear the house, and the worst place that you have to clear is the attic, because your head's going up in there to look around before anything else is up there, right? And so you're just a target at that point. Yeah. If there's somebody up there with a weapon. So now we can send these drones in. They can fly the whole house, go up in the attic, look around, so we know what we have up there before we go up there. Awesome. So a lot of new technology out there.
Fun stuff. Look forward to hearing more about it. Yep. More about it. I think that's awesome. I think that's kind of fun to get out to the public. Like, hey, when you're racing, we're probably watching.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And not only are we watching, we've got your license plate.
Yeah, and we let them know. We'll routinely fly that when they come downtown, and we'll land it real low and kind of sweep around.
Oh, will you really? When they're all gathering?
That way they know.
Just let them know. My last thought, Mayor, is that again, thank you, and that I think we have a conversation next about legislation and this concern about some of the international politics going on to affect things like drones. I think, 80% of the drones are made in China, and the parts are made in China, and we kind of like to still get our parts for our drones. So, anyhow.
Yeah, and we're trying to get ahead of that. So, I mean, I get the concern. I think everything's made in China at this point. But hopefully when the American drones get a little bit better. Right now, they're just not there. But if that legislation does pass, we do have a comfort space for over the next few years that we won't have to worry about that.
Yeah. Thank you. Great. Great. Yes, sir. Councilwoman Vaughn.
Chief, I don't think I've ever seen him get up out of a chair that fast. All you had to do was say drones, a boy toy. You better not be flying over my house. Yeah. I just wanted to thank you, Chief, and all of y'all for presenting this. The reason I asked for it was not because I don't have trust in you, because I totally do. I think we've got probably the best Department of Police in the state. I do. I really do mean that. It's because I had so many people ask me, haven't there been a lot of shootings and stabbings? And I noticed it too, that it's been on the news. And so I think it's important that y'all, it's nice to see y'all highlighted so people understand, especially about the TikTok. No one would have known that. And these people racing with the cars down the road, that's been going on since I was on council before. And y'all really gotten a hold of that, and I appreciate it so much. I think y'all are just doing a great job. That's all the kissing up I'm going to do, but I do appreciate it. The only thing I would add, two things. Homeless, Mark brought that up. I'd like to know if they're involved in any of the assaults or any of that. But the other thing, don't need to know right now. Other thing I noticed that on the homicides in 2022, they were 30, if there's any good news on a homicide. But 2023, they went down to 18, and then they went to 21. I actually thought we had more than that in the city. So,
right, so that's the involving a firearm.
With the,
right,
the
but
firearm.
If you just look at the overall.
So there is more.
Right, so in 2022, we did have an increase. And we attributed a lot of that to the bars reopening and people getting back out and people settling scores with one another. That year was there was several spousal homicides, family-related ones also, involving vehicles. I think two different spouses ran over one another in their vehicles. So, and one thing that with between a homicide and an aggravated assault often is how quick that person gets to the hospital and what ER doctor is there. We are fortunate now to have two trauma centers here at Bay Area and then at Spawn Shoreline, and with the advancements in emergency medicine, you know, we see the homicide rates coming down.
But we are down.
Yes, they
are. We are down, so that's good news.
Right.
Thank you all very much.
And Councilman Cantu.
Thank you. One last question, because I think one of the news stations is live streaming right now, so you have like 1,000 people watching. How fast can you go to jail for reckless driving? Like, what's the speed limit? If the speed limit's 55.
Right, so it's all about the condition of what's going on. It's, I think that the statute says a wanton disregard for public safety of how you're driving. So usually prima facie, what we call is like usually 25 miles an hour over can be in certain circumstances. But obviously when you get up over 100 miles an hour, that's definitely, you know, that's reckless driving. But it could be as much as 20 miles an hour, but the way you're driving, you're going in and out, you're not signaling, you're cutting people off. We have, with the advances in technology of our camera systems, we have countless hours of video of officers trying to catch up to these people and the way they're driving. But usually and it's the condition of the roadway too has something to do. If you're on Ocean Drive and you're only 20 miles an hour, but you're coming into that S curve and you're cutting people off, that can be reckless driving compared to 25 miles an hour over on the freeway at night when no one's around and you're not cutting anybody off. That may just be a speeding ticket. So it's really what the officer's observation is and whether they consider that to be a public safety issue.
And one last question, on hotspots, bars, clubs, if you guys get so many calls at one location or so much crime at one location, can the city require the owner to have off-duty police officers there on peak times and on the weekends when the crime is up?
So I don't know of any ordinance that we have in place right now to require that.
Okay.
But a bar, yeah, or any business where they're congregating. The question is,
like a hotspot,
could we require them to hire officers? All right.
Okay. I was just wondering, once again, thank you guys for giving us this update, and I look forward to seeing it another, 30 days, you said, Mayor?
I would like it in 30 days, but I'm going to follow up on what you just said. So what are you said actions, or what did you say? That they're not required.
They're not required right now, but if
you said there are...
No, we can't require somebody to hire off-duty officers.
Right.
We are working currently right now with some of our local vendors and shops that they want to hire officers. So we're looking at that in that direction right now. But if they don't, then there's other things we can bring to bear. We can bring TABC. If they're crime ridden, if they're a bar, we can work to take their liquor license away. There's things that we can do outside of direct law enforcement to impact them to change their behavior.
Right.
So we can. There's parking lot ordinances. We can not allow people to gather after a certain time in parking lots. There's things that we work with right now that are impacting those dilemmas that you speak of.
Understand.
Yes, sir.
Good to know.
Thank you.
And we will come back, hopefully, after we have some conversation about shutting down the bars that carry liquor licenses at 2 o'clock, because that is the problem.
That's on.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, Mayor, just so we can kind of know, the chief heard many things here, but we're going to come back and we'll check the schedule for April or May, April probably. But we're going to bring things like more demographics, more crime across what city council districts, unsolved cases, things like prosecution rates, community engagement, gang activity, drug-related activity.
I've got the whole list right here.
Yeah.
So if I might, I just want to, I'd like to try to manage some expectations. So one, we are completely dependent on the DA's office to provide prosecution rates, how they adjudicate, what they plead out, those types of things. We can't promise you that we're going to give a presentation with those numbers. I just want to say that ahead of time. Yeah. The other is, I think it would be important. Well, I know that you requested that, Councilman. Sure, and he can, me too. The other thing is we might be better served to have separate presentations. Again, we can talk about gangs in itself, and we could tie up several hours with council, but I think gang would be an interesting presentation. Narcotics would be an interesting separate conversation. There's some nuances in there if you want to get into that.
Well, let's talk offline, because I think there's a broad overview, and then there's the detailed where it would be maybe just one topic, if you will. Of
course.
Yeah, but
we do break out our crime by district. We've done that for years. So that's, as a matter of fact, your crime control district has asked us to bring that back. They're that board, so that's an easy presentation for us.
I'll compare my notes with Peter's just so we can get something for next time. It's nothing you don't already have. It's just a little bit more
absolutely. We track a lot of data. It's at our fingertips. So you let us know what you want to talk about, and we're happy to talk about it.
Okay. We'll do that. And thank you. Thank you for being here, and thank you for everything that y'all do. We know that a lot of what you do we don't necessarily see.
Well, you do. We actually came here to the underlying premise of some of our best initiatives and most impactful initiatives have been the officers that you have added to our roles.
Absolutely.
It just was serendipity that when racing became an issue, we graduated that extra class, right, the large class, and then another one right after that. So then we automatically had officers to apply to the racing initiative, and then we graduated another class that was over attrition, and we had enough officers to redirect and build a VCU, a violent crime unit, and move folks to the right time, the hot hours, 5A to 3 or 5P to 3 a.m. on the days that were most impactful to violent crime. So it's just the stars have lined up with the extra personnel. And I understand you like programs, but I'll say it till I fall over dead. There's no better crime deterrent than an officer in uniform in a marked car in your neighborhood. Right. And enough officers to have time to be proactive.
Right.
We run around reactive, call to call to call. That's why you never get ahead of initiatives. Now we're turning the page there. We're gaining our officer numbers with enough vehicles that you've purchased, 40 more vehicles. Right. The $4 million infusion that you gave us this budget. So with that, you'll see more officers in uniform, in marked cars, in the field, impacting crime preemptively.
Right.
That is the goal, and that's what's happening.
Yeah, not to mention our police substations also.
So, substations, that's exactly right. Better working conditions, better training conditions.
Right. Many of us were at the West Guth groundbreaking, and just as a reminder, this coming Monday we'll be at the South Side, at the South Side Police substation groundbreaking right there at the Del Mar. So come on, we'll see the council there. I think it's at 10 o'clock. Over there by right across the street from the Bill Witt Pool. So
that's exciting times.
Yeah, it is.
But again, y'all should be proud of yourselves because the investment is paying off. We are making progress. 64 guns off the street in just a few months is no joke. dozens of arrests, dozens of cars taken, right? Yeah, we have some work to do with the DA's office, and we're working on that.
Yeah.
They're our partners. I'm not going to throw them under the bus. They have their own issues that they have to work through. So we'll get there.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Oh, yes, Councilman.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, one last thing.
Yes, ma'am.
Like you said, I'm appreciative, and you're appreciative of all the extra police that we've been able to put on the streets. But like you've said before, we will never have enough officers to police ourselves out of this. So again, I just would like to reiterate that it still comes back to our responsibilities,
Sure.
how we conduct ourselves and how we raise our children and we're going to be, right now we're coming into unprecedented times. Stress levels, all kinds of things are going to be happening, and that's going to affect, what's happening in the family. So I just want to be just somewhat proactive. Like you said, we can't police ourselves out of it, but just have an open mind.
I have a very open mind, but I think two things can be true at the same time. You can need to grow a department for more proactive work, and you can work in your community for better social programs.
Right.
One does not have to take from the other.
Right.
I think that's what Chief Blackman was trying to spell out earlier.
Right.
And so the narrative that, well, can we just take that from the police department and give it to the community program? I think you alluded to that. Is that not something that I respectfully buy into? I think we do need to grow our police department. We do need proactive time. We need presence. You need to see a police officer in your neighborhood in a car driving around, not just running from car to car.
I agree.
And we need a way for our schools to get into our children's heads, right, to guide them, and maybe some programs on a social context that fall outside the realm of policing.
Right. Right. But they're your partners.
But there's no disagreement.
Right.
So, okay.
No, sounds good. Sounds good. Okay.
Thank you.
Markle, thank you all for being here. We really appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, so do we have Ryan on?
Thanks.
Yeah, Ryan, you on? He was earlier. Rebecca, you see him? You hear him? Okay.
Is he on?
Yes.
He was earlier.
He's on.
He's on. Great. Here he is. All right, Ryan. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Mayor, council members, Ryan Skrabarczyk, Intergovernmental Relations. Now we have a presentation. If you can let me know that you can see that, we'll get started. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we've got, go right on ahead.
Okay, you can see, it's not visible on my screen. Okay, thank you. So slide number 1, we're going to be looking at the dates ahead. It's kind of an odd feeling to say, but the legislative session is over the halfway mark and is actually, headed up against some critical deadlines for moving both the budget and legislation forward. So this week, the House will take up Senate Bill 1, which is the budget for the state of Texas. Unlike the Senate, there will be a tremendous amount of House floor amendments that will be considered on Thursday. There's over 403 pre-filed amendments that have been posted online that were made available last night. So that will be a long day in the Texas House as they consider amendments to both that and the supplemental budget. And once that passes, they'll go to conference where a lot, frankly, of the real work that is done on the finer points of what makes it into the version that ultimately goes into law will be done between the House and Senate conference committees. So Thursday is not totally performative, but there's a lot of crucial votes that will take place on hot topic items, and it'll take up the majority of the time of the House on Thursday. And then as we go through the calendar and the kind of the days of winding down of session into June, we're looking at benchmarks that allow the Senate to move faster, like placing more bills on Senate intent. which will just increase the pace by which the Senate can pass bills. And at the same time, the House will run up on a series of deadlines where House bills can no longer pass out of the House, local bills can no longer pass out of the House, and then we'll get to the final days of session where they're adopting conference committee reports, and eventually that will stop right before sine die. So you can go to the next slide, and I'm going to update on a few of the on page 3 of the pieces of legislation that I spoke on last week as it is related to land use and mandates and preemption. These bills are companions of each other between the Senate bill and the House bill. And we were successful in working with the House author to amend the legislation to protect clear zones and accidental potential zones, which are crucial to preventing encroachment on the Navy installation and the auxiliary airfields. And so that amendment was obviously crucial for that. The House author hasn't published his committee substitute, which will include those amendments. But, it was very, very good thing to get that in his bill, and obviously we'll hope that the Senate will accept those amendments. On the bill related to tiny lots, there was a clarifying amendment that was made to ensure that it is only restricted to greenfield sites, and so it only would apply to a 5 acres or more greenfield site unplatted that would qualify, and wouldn't apply to any other smaller single-family residential lots. On page 4, there's a number of bills that have been heard in committee and that we've taken action on. There's House Bill 2494 would create a new petition for disannexation for properties failing to receive full municipal services. Full municipal services defined under statute is police, fire, EMS, solid waste, water, wastewater, roads, parks, and and so those services have to be applied in order for an area not to disannex. And that disannexation, or the opportunity to file a petition for disannexation, could apply to any area of the city or apply to any period of time. So it's concerning from a local government standpoint, effectively creating a Swiss cheese effect where you could have individual pieces of land taken out of the city's jurisdiction, where you have maybe bonded indebtedness that was taken out, and obviously services that were built to serve those areas. So we oppose that bill as it was introduced for the negative effects that it would have on the city. There is a work in progress on an amendment. The author's office pretty plainly stated that this generated from the city of Austin and a particular neighborhood there that they claim has never received any kind of service, from emergency services to utility services. And so we'll see if that amendment goes through. Obviously, we would ideally be bracketed out of that legislation. House Bill 3275 would eliminate all cities' minimum parking spaces. And so that has been a trend, I'm told, by our planners and developers and development services professionals of other cities and jurisdictions. And I know while we'll look at our Unified Development Code in the future, this bill would essentially take that authority away from cities to require parking minimums. And so because of the loss of local control to even have a say in that process, we raised those concerns with the committee. I don't know how far that bill will pass. There was, frankly, testimony on both sides of individuals who wanted to see established pieces of property that not have to abide or maintain their parking minimums, where the legislation is introduced only applies to new construction. And so that bill hasn't obviously made it out of committee yet, and so it's got a long way to go in order to be viable. The last bill on this page is House Bill 2149, and because primarily it deals with non-conforming use and it would lengthen the amount of time that we would have to track the property owner ceasing that non-conforming use out to 5 years. And it would also allow an owner to expand a non-conforming use. We raised those concerns to the committee. That bill was voted out of committee, and we'll have to see if there's the possibility of amendments. I think reality is we adopt a lot of non-conforming use, but allowing any landowner or property owner in a particular zone that was granted a non-conforming use to be able to expand it without any kind of standard, whether that's health and safety, which is included in that bill, but not required, would potentially be a problem. And so we just want to see some helpful brackets put on that. On page 5, we've talked about House Bill 23, which is third-party review. That had seen a significant number of amendments since I last presented to council. It is going to require insurance, and it is going to shift all liability from the city to the third-party reviewer, be that a certified inspector or a licensed engineer. We have spoken to the author and have, I don't know if I'd call it a firm commitment, but a quasi-commitment to look at protections for floodplain management, which I brought to council's attention last week. And they're looking at providing either some level of document sharing, ensuring that the inspectors are certified in that, or keeping that fully within the realm of the city in order to maintain that so we don't lose access to the National Flood Insurance Program. And then on House Bill 24, also voted out of committee, presented on that last week, and it raises the threshold for protest for adjacent landowners. On page 5, on the next page, which is page 6, we're looking at compensatory damages. Corpus Christi includes a no damages for delay caused in our construction contracts, and it protects a public entity funded by taxpayer dollars from having to pay those damages, where the remedy that we allow for is additional time. And so the bill in particular did not talk about, or it actually expressly included that we would be liable for other third-party actors like other professional services in the construction process, and additionally didn't exclude concurrent delays between ourselves and the contractor. And so that expanded liability in and of itself is a concern. Creating a venue for new lawsuits against the city as an owner of that construction process or project would be a concern. And so we raised those. I'm not sure if there was any appetite in the Senate to amend that accordingly. But we are going to try to target those two particular issues, at least on its face, and then see what happens in the House as it relates to an appetite to move that bill forward. On page 7, property tax revenue, the House Bill 3093 was actually by Representative Denise Villalobos, an issue worked and led by Kevin Kieschnick and Del Mar and Nueces County, who were impacted by the property tax appraisal protests from some of the large industry in town. And so the bill is filed in response to that, to kind of put the local jurisdictions on an even keel when you have such valuable property come under protest and may be subject to litigation that can dramatically swing not only the appraised value on the rolls, but also impact your calculation for your tax rate. We did support it. Obviously, it benefits the entities, our sister entities in Nueces County, but would have the ability to provide us notice for the top 20 owners of taxable property if they intend to protest and cause any impact through our own budgeting process. And so it has that shared benefit. The bill right now currently applies to any coastal county with a population under 500,000. And so there's a separate bill that would apply statewide, but I think for now it's going to be focused on where you see a lot of that highly technical, heavy industry that may be particularly difficult to appraise. On page 8, we're looking at some of the preemption legislation that has started to get hearings in the House in particular. There was a bill on home-based businesses, and primarily, it wouldn't impact. It was out of concern for a lot of the smaller, maybe online-based businesses that people have in their homes if cities have banned those for whatever reason. So it didn't have a tremendous impact on Corpus Christi because you're not allowed to generate parking, traffic, you can't exceed occupancy limits, and no part of the business can be made visible from the street. We did get confirmation that there will be an amendment so that it doesn't apply to short-term rentals, which there was some concern that this bill was kind of an in-round on local STR ordinances. And so that was taken out of the bill. And so with that, I don't think we have too much concern left with what's left in the legislation. House Bill 41, and I know there was just some conversation about the value of our drone fleet, has been heard in committee. We didn't file a position on the bill in committee as we met with the author's office, who's the chairman of that committee prior, and have a commitment to work with him on the deadlines that are placed in that bill. There's obviously a homeland security and public safety value to making sure that we can spend our dollars on domestically produced technology. You know, the unfortunate reality is right now, some of the foreign companies like DJI control somewhere in the neighborhood of 70% of the market on that technology. And they have proprietary technology, according to our own police department, in particular on thermals and object avoidance, which make them critical to the in-field. And so the solution there will be if we can lengthen out or extend the length of time on the procurement deadline in that legislation, so that way we're not impacted as the state is going to look to create a grant program allowing municipal emergency service providers, as well as state entities like the Department of Public Safety, to purchase domestic drones. We're hoping that technology, and I think with some good faith assumptions, that technology of domestic drones will increase over time. And so we just want to make sure that we're not negatively impacting our capabilities in the present. I actually met with the author's office today, and they have several amendments to do just that they're considering right now. And then 2156, which would limit or require rather that public health districts mirror the state laws and regulations on permits for food establishments. There was concern originally that was going to eliminate our fees for food establishment permits every other year. The state only has a permit that's good for 2 years. And so that would have really created a negative financial impact on our public health district as we inspect not only for ourselves, but the entire Nueces County. We worked with, I actually talked with the Texas Restaurant Association today. They're going to clarify that the fees can be charged every year. So we may see some impact as our fees will have to abide by the state fee schedule, but it won't be wholly exempting or removing that fee revenue every other year, which is important. On page 9 was some of the Texas windstorm legislation that was heard in committee this last week. We did support the new grant program proposed by Representative Olafson that would allow for a state grant in order to fortify individual residential single-family residences and bring them up to that standard. And then, as we mentioned last week, Todd Hunter carried a piece of legislation that would allow the TWIA to borrow up to $1 billion post-catastrophe from the state's rainy day fund, as opposed to private securities, in order to cover excess losses, so that way we don't see those premiums skyrocket due to the cost of the private securities compared to that public financing. On page 10, an overview of the water supply funding bills. These are kind of the bills that have generally been set upon. Senate Bill 7 will be the enabling legislation out of the Senate. It's already passed the Senate and is headed to the House. The House will pass House Bill 16 tomorrow, but out of committee, but they're going to wait on Senate Bill 7 to catch up. And so that'll be the enabling statute. The money, or where the money's at, is going to be in HJR 7, where that joint resolution will go to the floor and pass over to the Senate, and then it will likely change Senate, because remember that Senator Perry and Chairman Harris don't have the same formula breakdown of that $1 billion a year. And so there'll be a discussion likely in conference committee about what the final breakdown of the money that will be provided for water supply funding will be. On page 11, a couple of interesting bills. Representative Villalobos filed 3274, which was given a hearing this last week. We supported it, obviously, just because of its ability to create jobs here in the coastal bend. We know the importance of oyster cultivation, and so it allows cultivated oyster beds to be placed where authorized by Parks and Wildlife, expanding the opportunities for that particular industry. And then, interestingly enough, there was a bill heard in Culture, Rec, and Tourism in the House that would allow the Parks and Wildlife to enjoin construction as close as 90 days to construction of any structure over 500 feet tall. And I looked up one shoreline, it's actually under 500 feet tall. So I'm not sure the real target, but we are currently included in the bracket on that piece of legislation because we're adjacent to a county that has a national wildlife refuge in it. And so it would impact our county. We'll be working with the author's office to see if that was intentional. And if it was intentional, obviously try to ascertain what exactly is being targeted there. I think there's some belief that it's wind turbines, but a lot of the on-land wind turbines are not quite 500 feet either. So we're looking at that. As far as this coming week, or this week rather, we did file support for a local pilot project bill that would allow and develop landlord incentives for affordable housing, particularly by the helping the homeless community. This is going to be state grant dollars that would be available for a community that could apply for it in order to leverage those. And it'll start out just as a pilot project, so it won't be every community in the state, but could be advantageous to us. There was a bill today for banning fees or municipal fees for environmental projects. Met with that author's office, Chairman Cecil Bell, to discuss kind of the intention of that. And while I think it's narrowly tailored or targeted rather towards cities that create a special fee to fund environmental projects, the possibility that fee revenue that goes into the general fund could impact cities' ability to do things like trash interceptors on flood management projects or LED light conversions or even participate in the Coastal Bend Air Quality Partnership could be a concern. And so working with their office to clarify that, to make sure that the things that we do as part of standard resilient infrastructure wouldn't be subjected to that prohibition. There were two bills that we filed some comments on and registered on this afternoon that relate to homeless services. Originally, as filed, it would prevent any homeless services from being provided 1.5 miles from any public school facility. So you can imagine the map of the state of Texas, the map of Corpus Christi, and how that might be problematic because homeless services included everything from occupational employment services, mental health services, in addition to food, medical care, and housing. And so that legislation, there's been a coalition of social services groups as well as cities that have been working with the author's office. They have scaled that back to 1,500 feet from any public school facility, so not including private or charter. And so, there's a question about whether the bill would still apply to religious organizations or established facilities that may provide some aspect. If you provide mental health services, how do you know if you're serving an individual who may be homeless? And so that's still a concern, and we've requested that those additional exemptions be granted. There is a bill up for hearing tomorrow that would allow the governor to suspend any local elected official from their position that does not follow or execute state law. It's by a freshman out of Waco. who's filed that, and that's really the only standard. Is the governor would have to determine that the individual didn't follow or execute state law, and then they could be suspended. The only way that you get back into office is you'd have to go through a court case. And so maybe some concerning precedent there, and probably a bill that's well intended but probably needs a legal standard before we start removing elected officials from office. There's also a bill up tomorrow that states that cities can't appeal a court ruling in certain circumstances, and so that's of concern. And if we just, as a local political subdivision, had to take the first initial district court ruling, there may be a lot of potential implications there, and we obviously would want to be afforded the same rights as an entity to pursue that through the legal process and get a ratification or appeal of that initial decision. Chairman Hunter has a resolution up tomorrow to study the development of the cruise line industry. I'm sorry, that's actually on Thursday, and so we'll register in favor of that and talk about the potential economic benefit to the coastal bend if that were to come to fruition, as that's been a long-running issue we've continued to look at. And then there was a bill that'll be heard tomorrow that would require any local political subdivision to request permission and approval to set up an emergency shelter, which we know, at times can happen on a moment's notice with impending weather, and having to go to the governor's office to request it, and which then they would have to do an assessment and give approval for. I met with their office's staff today that their intention is not really the true emergency shelters, but apparently there are communities that have run emergency shelters in excess of 4 years. And so there's discussion about making an amendment to the legislation that would allow for emergency shelters that are run out to 90 days before having to contact TDM through the governor's office to get that assessment done. I know there was a lot of information, so Mayor, Council, happy to answer any questions.
Councilman Scott. I'm kidding. No, Ryan, thank you. We don't have any questions. Thank you for the hard copy, though. I think everybody went through it, and if we have any questions, we'll certainly let you know. And please keep us posted. We appreciate your Friday, what is it called? The report, the hearings. Yeah, well, it's not an update. It tells us when the hearings are going to be.
Committee postings.
Committee what?
Mm-hmm. The committee postings.
There you go.
For trans legislation.
Thank you for the committee postings. So, okay, I think we're good. Brian, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Doing a great job. Thanks. Okay, for everyone who's still in council chambers, this meeting is now adjourned. Thank you.